Everyone, I call this meeting to order. A quorum is present. I want to welcome all the returning and new members of the committee to our full committee organizational meeting for the 117th Congress. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. And pursuant to Committee Rule 4 and House Rule 11, Clause 2H4, the chair announces that he may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. Before we proceed, I'd like to go over some items for our members participating remotely. First, if you are experiencing connectivity issues, please make sure that you or your staff contact our designated technical support so those issues can be resolved immediately. Members participating remotely must continue to remain visible on camera for the duration of their participation in the hearing unless they experience connectivity issues or other technical problems that render the member unable to fully participate on camera. In the event of a recorded vote, members are encouraged to state their name first, then proceed to render his or her vote. By doing so, this will give the cameras a chance to locate who's speaking. For example, after the clerk calls the roll and calls your name, if they call my name, Mr. Takano or Chairman Takano, I will, before I vote, say Mark Takano votes however he votes. It is the committee policy that members participating remotely will remain muted when not recognized, just like turning your microphone on and off during an in-person hearing. This is out of courtesy to all members on the committee, so that background noise does not interfere with another member who is recognized to speak. When you are recognized, you will need to unmute your microphone, pause for 2 or 3 seconds before speaking, so your words are captured on the live stream. If you wish to have a document inserted into the record, please ask for unanimous consent and have your staff email the document to veteransaffairs.hearing@mail.house.gov, and it will be uploaded to the committee document repository. Does any member have a question about the conduct of this hearing with members participating remotely? Hearing none, we will proceed. We meet today to, 1, introduce new members of the committee on both sides of the aisle, adopt our committee rules of procedure for the 117th Congress, appoint committee chairs and ranking members, as well as approve the assignment of members to subcommittees, and approve the committee staff. Now, I'd like to welcome all our new and returning members of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs of the 117th Congress. It is a tremendous honor to serve as chairman of this committee again, and I'm pleased that we are able to finally meet today. I thank the ranking member and our colleagues for their understanding regarding scheduling this business meeting. We have been at the mercy of other processes, which has not allowed us the time to spread out our organizing activities so that we would not have to hold all of these events in one day. However, we are here and I'm ready to move forward with the important work of this committee. Last Congress, this committee was very productive, passing over 70 bipartisan bills through the House that benefited veterans, with 22 of those bills becoming law. And we were able to shepherd through some key legislative achievements, including the Blue Water Navy Vietnam Veterans Act, the Deborah Sampson Act, and the Veterans Compact Act, and the Commander John Scott Hannon Mental Health Improvement Act. And during 2019 and 2020, the committee held 101 hearings, including 31 virtual hearings, looking at all aspects of the operations and programs of the Department of Veterans Affairs. The work will continue in the 117th Congress, and that work will also inform what I plan to be the priorities of the committee. I would like to see a comprehensive legislative approach to toxic exposure. We must recognize the exposure experienced by service members in the course of their duty as a cost of war. We must continue to fight against veteran suicide, which will include oversight of the implementation of the Commander Hannon and Compact Acts. I'm also committed to ensuring that VA is a welcoming place to all veterans and VA staff. This means bringing veteran communities that have historically been marginalized and not given equitable access to the benefits to which they are entitled to the table, including to the witness table of this committee, to ensure that their voices are heard and their needs are recognized. Further, VA staff have worked under extraordinary circumstances to continue to deliver care and services to veterans. And I want to acknowledge that work and to ensure that we examine systemic employment discrimination at VA. There's a lot of work ahead of us, but much opportunity to continue to make a difference in the lives of veterans. And I look forward to working with Ranking Member Bost and each and every one of you on this effort. I would now like to take the opportunity to introduce the Democratic members of the committee. Returning Congresswoman Brownlee will continue her work to advance the unique needs of women and underserved veterans as chair of the Subcommittee on Health. Congressman Connor Lamb is a Marine veteran and will continue to bring his prosecutor sensibility to the work of the committee. Congressman Levin has many legislative successes last Congress, in the last Congress, and he returns to chair the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity. Congressman Pappas will return as chair of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, where he's previously worked to create a more efficient and transparent system for VA debt collection. Congresswoman Luria, a Navy veteran, will again chair the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs and will lead much of the work that addresses toxic exposure. Congressman Frank Moran, a new member of this Congress, will chair the Subcommittee on Technology Modernization and will bring his management and government experience to the continuing efforts to oversee VA's enterprise information technology programs. Congressman Gregorio Sablan is an Army Reserve veteran and a passionate advocate for ensuring equitable access for veterans in the territories. Congresswoman Luria is a nurse and, Congresswoman Underwood is a nurse and expert in the development of healthcare policy, and I'm pleased to have her expertise back on this committee. Congressman Allred, an accomplished lawyer and former professional football player, worked to ensure VA covers the cost of transportation. He worked to ensure VA covers the cost of transportation for newborn babies in the committee's end-of-year package. As for our new members of the committee, Congressman David Trone is the son of a World War II Army veteran, and he and his wife Julie started a small business that they then grew into a nationwide company with more than 200 stores in 24 states and 7,000 employees. Congresswoman Elissa Slotkin brings years of experience as a national security professional to our committee, having worked both the CIA and the Department of Defense. Congressman Anthony Brown is an Army veteran and former Lieutenant Governor of Maryland who worked to make it easier for veterans to find work or return to college after service. Congresswoman Lois Frankel has represented over 47,000 Southern Florida veterans in Congress since 2013 and is the mother of a Marine veteran. Representative Frankel has been a champion for expanding educational opportunities for veterans. Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur previously served over a decade on this committee, a past recipient of the VFW's Americanism Award and the longest serving woman in the history of the House of Representatives. We welcome her to our committee. Congressman Raul Ruiz returns to our committee after previously serving here in the 114th and 115th Congresses. His work as the chair of the Hispanic Caucus and as an ER doctor, and his commitment to assisting veterans exposed to burn pits will be a tremendous asset to our committee. Congressman Ruben Gallego is a Marine combat veteran and has dedicated his career to expanding veterans' access to healthcare and educational opportunities. I look forward to working closely with you all and to all veterans, and I say thank you for your service. I now recognize Ranking Member Bost to make an opening statement and to introduce the minority members. Ranking Member Bost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I wish we could have done this in person and a little bit sooner. I'm glad we finally have the opportunity to organize the Veterans Affairs Committee today. It is an honor for me to succeed my good friend, Dr. Rowe, as lead Republican on the committee. I'm a Marine veteran. I'm the grandfather. My grandfather served in uniform. My father served in uniform. I served in uniform. My son and my grandson are in uniform today. Needless to say, the work that we do on this committee is deeply personal to me. I know that it is also deeply personal to millions of veterans of this great nation and their families, caregivers, and survivors. They are who we are working for in this committee. Our mission is to fight for them, so to speak, just as hard as they fought for us. I vow to never lose sight of that. I will be working hard every day to make sure that they have the care, benefits, opportunities, and respect that they've earned. I look forward to working with Chairman Takano, the members of this committee, our Senate colleagues, the Biden administration, veteran services organizations, and all other willing partners to do that. This committee has a rich history of bipartisan productivity. We have an incredible list of accomplishments over the past 4 years. In particular, working together, we've made the Department of Veterans Affairs more accessible and accountable. We've increased access to care, given veterans more choices, allowed them to have greater control over their healthcare decisions. We've made it that the GI Bill an opportunity for veterans throughout their lives, not just for a portion of it. We have modernized the disability claims appeals process and significantly reduced the backlogs. We've passed comprehensive suicide prevention legislation and made it easier for veterans to get the support they need to stay alive. We have helped VA respond to COVID-19 and kept veterans and employees safe. As ranking member, I will be laser focused on the sustaining those successes and building more of them in the future. I want to create a pathway to care and benefits for veterans who were exposed to burn pits and other toxic substances in their military service. I want to strengthen services for women who represent the fastest growing segment of our military and veterans population. I want to improve the transition process so that the separating servicemen and women are set up for success as civilians from the moment they take their uniform off the final time. I want to modernize not just the electronic health records, but all of VA's IT programs. I want to help veterans recover from the devastating impact and pandemic that has affected them physically, mentally, and economically. I want to help those who are unemployed get back to work. I want to help those who are homeless get back on their feet. And I want to stop veteran suicide. I want to protect veterans' Second Amendment rights. And I can keep going, but it's enough to say this is a very ambitious list. And I'm confident we are up to the task. When I look at our roster, on the Republican side, we have 4 members returning to the committee. Their knowledge and experience is invaluable asset, and I thank them for being willing to continue to commit to serving this committee. We also have 8 members who are new to the committee. The new energy and fresh perspectives they bring to the table are just as invaluable, and I will welcome them to the committee. Together, we represent a dynamic, impressive, talented team of leaders and lawmakers. They are veterans, they are doctors, they are small business owners, they are law enforcement officers. One of them is the highest ranking combat veteran to serve in the House. Another is the first woman to graduate from the Citadel. I'm excited to work with each one of them and to leverage their skills to better serve veterans and our families. I feel the same way about the committee members on the majority side. I want every member of this committee to know that my door is always open to them. A few years ago, the New York Times called the Veterans Affairs Committee the most bipartisan committee in Congress. We didn't always live up to that reputation in the 116th Congress, but I hope we can get back to that in the 117th Congress, and I look forward to making sure that we can get there. The chairman and I may not always agree, but we are united in our passion for helping veterans. And I look forward to the good things we are going to accomplish together over the next 2 years. And I want to thank him in advance for his friendship and partnership. And with that, I yield back.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member Bost. Pursuant to, we now move on to the adoption of the committee rules of procedure. Pursuant to Clause 2A of House Rule 11, the first order of business is the adoption of the committee's rules of procedure for the 117th Congress. A copy of the proposed rules has been distributed to each of you in advance. Many of the updates to the committee rules reflect changes that were made to the House rules. Other changes were designed to ensure clarity. I will highlight a few of the more substantive changes that are proposed. First, while we have kept the same subcommittees from the last Congress, the Subcommittee on Technology Modernization's jurisdiction has been amended to include legislative jurisdiction. The subcommittee was created under leadership of our former ranking member, Dr. Phil Rowe, and was continued in the 116th Congress because I believe that oversight of VA's modernization efforts is critical. However, the subcommittee has now moved into the phase where a more fundamental legislative review of VA's enterprise IT management is required, and I believe legislative jurisdiction will aid in that and allow the expertise of the subcommittee to guide that discussion. Second, under Rule 2, there is now a provision to guide how the committee handles investigative reports that come before the committee for consideration as an official report. The provision allows for an expanded review time of 3 calendar days before the report will be considered, and also ensures that reports will only be printed if approved by a majority of members. Well, third, I will note that there is now a general rule on decorum in the committee. While I have been on the committee, I believe we have treated each other in a professional and courteous manner, and I trust that will continue. But I want to ensure that members, staff, and the public know that I'm committed to that same spirit of professionalism and courtesy when it comes to the health and safety of everyone that engages with this committee. I know staff on both sides worked to try and negotiate an agreement on as much as the rules package as possible, but I understand that there may be some remaining disagreement. Certainly, disagreement is a healthy part of the governing process, and we should always strive to find common ground where we can. And I believe these rules to be an example of that effort. Further, I know that my colleagues across the aisle would like to engage on some process improvements. And I know we all agree that bringing more efficiency to how we conduct business is a laudable goal. I'm committed to working together to ensure that how we do operate supports our mission to serve veterans. I now yield to Ranking Member Bost for any remarks that he may have about the rules. Ranking Member Bost, you're recognized. I believe you are muted.
Yes, it doesn't turn off, or the mute didn't come on that fast. Okay, I'm ready to move forward with it. When you're ready for amendments, we do want to offer some amendments.
Very well. Let us move forward then. Does any member wish to be recognized to discuss the committee rules of procedure? Are there any amendments to the committee rules?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read the title.
Amendment offered by Mike Bost of Illinois. At the appropriate place, add Rule 12 Task Force, subsection A, Establishment. The committee may establish a task force to perform specific oversight functions for time-limited purpose provided that the total number of task forces and subcommittees may not exceed 6. Authorization. The committee shall adopt a resolution authorizing a task force. The resolution shall include the specific oversight purpose and objectives of the task force, the ratio of majority to minority members, and membership of the task force. Membership and ratio. On each task force, there shall be a ratio of majority party members to minority party members, which shall be consistent with the ratio to the full committee. The majority party members and minority party members shall be selected by the chair and ranking member of the full committee, respectively. Duration. No task force shall exist for a cumulative period longer than 6 months in a Congress. Powers and duties. A task force is authorized to hold hearings, receive evidence, and report to the full committee on all matters set forth in the resolution authorizing the task force. A member of the committee who is not a member of a task force may sit with the task force during any of its hearings, but shall not have authority to vote, cannot be counted for a quorum, and cannot raise a point of order at a hearing. The chair and ranking minority member of the committee shall be an ex officio member of each task force. Ex officio members shall have the right to fully participate in task force activities, but may not vote and may not be counted in establishing a quorum. Non-committee members may be invited to sit at the dais for and participate in task force hearings with the unanimous consent of all members present. Further, non-committee members may be recognized for questioning of witnesses, but only after all task force members have been recognized for questioning. The rules of the committee, so far as applicable, are the rules of a task force.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ranking Member Bost, you are recognized for 5 minutes in support of this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is pretty straightforward. It would establish a framework for establishing a task force in the committee. Last Congress, you and the Congresswoman Brownlee created the Women's Veterans Task Force. I support the task force because supporting women veterans is one of my main priorities. I've said that in my opening. But the task force was originally organized much like a caucus. For example, non-committee members would be participating in the task force just like they would if it was a caucus. But over time, the task force evolved, and the committee would periodically formally authorize the task force, and the task force would participate in hearings with the subcommittees. The task force would also hold roundtables using committee resources. Task force activities were documented in the committee's activity report. In other words, it functioned like a subcommittee, but it had no formal structure and no legislative or oversight authority. It could not hold hearings or consider legislation, and there was no Republican co-chair or ranking member. I think the task force did really good work, and I want to be real clear on that. I think it did really good work last Congress. I think the best way to continue the good work is to elevate the task force to a subcommittee. That would give it the prominence and authority and the jurisdiction that I think it warrants. Yesterday, the VA Inspector General released a heartbreaking report about a misconduct at Biloxi VA Medical Center by a VA gynecologist and nurse chaperone. That report illustrates in devastating detail how much work remains with respect to making VA welcome, safe place for women veterans to seek care, benefits, and services they've earned. I think the work is best done within a subcommittee structure. That structure would also give the minority certain roles and rights and formalize a task force activities. I would further allow the committee to advocate for the staff and funding we need to fully realize its potential. Now, I understand that Chairman chairman and Congresswoman Brownlee have their reasons for not wanting to elevate this task force to a subcommittee. I had a good conversation with Congresswoman Brownlee yesterday. We share the same goals of ensuring the committee remains focused on the needs of women veterans. I believe that she heard my concerns about wanting to give the task force a more formal structure. I appreciate her commitment to work with me to establish a mutual agreement structured for the task force moving forward. And in light of that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment and then we can move on to another amendment when time is right.
Thank you, Ranking Member Bost. I certainly appreciate that you and Ms. Brownlee are discussing the parameters of how we will continue the Women Veterans Task Force. I certainly appreciate your kind words about what you believe the task force in the last Congress accomplished, and that you see the work product of that task force as having been impactful and important, and that you see a continued need to have it. And I appreciate this gesture of bipartisanship in the withdrawal of your amendment, and that I know that discussions will continue to accommodate many of the, I think, legitimate concerns that you have brought up to me personally and also have raised with Ms. Brownlee. So I want to express my gratitude for your withdrawal, but more than that, for the intention of the minority to participate in the Women Veterans Task Force. I do think it's going to continue to produce outstanding work. Are there any other amendments?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee, do you? Yeah, so,
Am I recognized?
you are, Ms. Brownlee, you are recognized. The technology is a bit sketchy here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I just wanted to thank very much the ranking chair for his comments today and withdrawing his amendment. And I felt we had a very good conversation yesterday, and I am committed to working with you to create a construct by which we can move forward collaboratively on behalf of women veterans in our country. So I thank you very much for that and look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Brownlee, and thank you, Ranking Member Bost. I have to say the Women's Veterans Task Force was one of the most important things I think we did in the 116th Congress. It receives enthusiastic response from women veterans across the country whenever I talk about it. I understand there's another amendment that you'd like to bring forward.
Mr. Chairman, I have another amendment at the desk.
You're recognized. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 2 offered by Mr. Bass of Illinois, Rule 2, subsection H, is amended as follows. Strike at least 3 calendar days excluding Saturdays, Sundays, and legal holidays unless the House is in session on such days, and insert at least 7 calendar days.
Ranking Member Bost, you are recognized to speak in favor of your amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this also is pretty straightforward in the purpose of the rules. You've added a new section setting forth a 3-day notice requiring before the committee could consider investigative report and study. The 3 days exclude Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays unless the House is in session. My amendment would strike the 3 days notice period to make it 7 calendar day notice period. Last Congress, the committee reported out an investigative report for the first time in recent history. That report was nearly 50 pages long. Committee members were given over 10 days to review the report. And I appreciate that. I assume that the inclusion of the new notice requirement is because we're kind of expecting the committee will issue more reports. My hope is that we could be bipartisan, that they're going to be bipartisan reports. But if they're not, my amendment would provide all members 7 days to review the report before asking to vote on it. I note that the Rule 6, subsection B, the rules provide members with at least 7 days notice before the oversight plan is filed. While the House rules may not require 7 days notice, I believe that such a notice furthers the bipartisan transition of the committee, traditions of the committee. And I urge the support of my amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Boss. Ranking Member Boss, we have discussed this matter among staff, and having considered everything that you've said today, I accept your claims as valid, and I am happy to also support the amendment that you've put forward. Is there further debate on the amendment? Further discussion? If not, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Ranking Member Bost. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I need to move forward here. I now recognize Ranking Member Boss for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we vote on the final passage of the rules, when I intended to, which I intend to support, I want everybody to know that, I have a few questions. And first, when we spoke, I shared with you my preference to conduct business in person, and and my belief that a hybrid option should be available for members as well. I followed that up with a letter on February 5th, expressing this point. The letter also laid out my belief that all committee meetings, including markups, should be scheduled during vote weeks to ensure that the hybrid option is available. Can I get a commitment to hold business meetings and markups during vote weeks, and to make hybrid option available for members who are in DC and comfortable conducting our work in person or in a hearing room safely? That's the key, safely.
Well, Ranking Member Boss, I too would prefer in-person meetings to the extent that they're safe and to the extent that they meet the conditions of the House attending physician and the decision of the speaker in terms of member safety, staff safety, and so forth. To the extent possible, I would like to have the hybrid available, but as you know, right now the National Guard has commandeered and actually has occupied our hearing space at the visitor center where we have our normal meetings, and they will be needing that space for at least the next few months, and so it does make a hybrid option. It circumscribes our ability to make that option available. But rest assured that to the extent possible, when it is safe, we will have in-person meetings, and we'll try to accommodate the hybrid option. And I've laid out the how we are circumscribed in both the health situation and logistically.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I know about the National Guard concerns. So as soon as possible, that would help. I thank you for that. And moving on, when we were in the majority, we regularly held subcommittee markups. Last Congress, we got away from that subcommittee markup. In fact, subcommittee markups became an exception, not the rule. I believe subcommittee markups are valuable and give members an opportunity to resolve concerns before they come to the full committee. They often lead to smoother full committee markup. I would like to know whether you intend to return to regular order to include holding subcommittee markups, or what would you, what would be a good cause to skip them?
Well, it's, we, have empowered our subcommittee chairs, and we will be approving our subcommittee chairs coming forward. And they will have a great deal to say as to what piece of legislation will move through markup and subcommittee, and what will be rendered to the full committee. But rest assured that we will be using our subcommittees for a range of activities, and in many cases, markup activities.
I just think it's a practice we should get back to. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we agree to the resolution to adopt the proposed committee rules for the 117th Congress.
Thank you, Ranking Member Boss. All those in favor of adopting proposed committee rules for the 117th Congress as amended, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the House rules, the rules adopted by the House Committee on Veterans Affairs for the 117th Congress will be published in the Congressional Record and made available to members and the public on the committee's website. Now to the next order of business, the appointment of subcommittee chairs and ranking members, and the approval of subcommittee assignments. We'll now approve our subcommittee chairs and ranking members. The roster listing full committee members, subcommittee assignments, and subcommittee chairs and ranking members have been provided. First, I'd like to move on now to the designation of a vice chairman, a vice chairperson. I'd like to say a few words about Representative Levin, the vice chair of the full committee, who was elected by a unanimous vote of the Democratic Committee Caucus. This past Congress, Representative Levin was a tireless advocate for student veterans, homeless veterans, and all of our National Guard and reservists. And I look forward to his continued service, always cheerful, and his continued and always cheerful leadership on the committee. Now we'll approve our subcommittee chairs. Ms. Brownlee has been elected to serve as the chair of the Subcommittee on Health. Mr. Levin has been elected to serve as the chair of the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity. Mr. Pappas has been elected to serve as the chair of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations. Ms. Luria has been elected to serve as the chair of the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs. And Mr. Mervan has been elected to serve as the chair of the Subcommittee on Technology Modernization. Vice Chairman Levin, you are recognized for a motion establishing the subcommittee chairs.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the list of subcommittee chairs as set forth in the resolution be approved.
All those in favor of adopting the list of subcommittee chairs as set forth in the resolution, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the chairs and vice chair are appointed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We now approve our subcommittee ranking members. Representative Radewagen will serve as the vice ranking member. Representative Nels will serve as the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs. Representative Moore will serve as the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity. Representative Bergman will serve as the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Health. Representative Mann will serve as the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations. And Representative Rosendale will serve as the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Technology Modernization. Vice Ranking Member Radewagen, you are now recognized for a motion offered by Ranking Member Bost establishing the subcommittee ranking members.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the resolution designating the Republican vice ranking member and Republican subcommittee ranking members.
As written. All those in favor of adopting the resolution designating the
Muting.
Republican vice ranking members and Republican subcommittee ranking members as written, all those in
Not
favor say
muting.
aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Have they got me muted?
Nope.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's seeking recognition?
Congressman Boss, there we go.
Ranking member Boss.
Some reason I would not unmute a while ago, and I did want to make a statement before we made that motion, but can I make a statement after that?
Okay, I'll complete it now. I will recognize you.
First off, Mr. Chairman, the resolution, just so you know, and you already know who the ranking members is and everything, but I'm just pleased to announce that Congresswoman Radewagen will continue to serve as vice ranking member. She is a tireless advocate for the veterans and is a reliable and hardworking member of the committee. And I want to thank her for agreeing to continue to do that and serve as vice ranking member. I'm also pleased to announce that General Berkman has returned to the committee and will be taking over as the ranking member of Subcommittee on Health. His leadership has long been an asset to this committee, and I know that the health subcommittee and veterans across the country will be well served by him. The same could be said for our 4 ranking members, subcommittee members. Representative Nails on DAMA, Representative Moore on economic opportunity, Representative Mann on oversight and investigation, Representative Rosendale on technology modernization. And I thank each of them for serving on the subcommittee. And our confidence in them is above measure, and we know that they're going to do a great job, and we look forward to having them serve there. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Boston. I'll just complete the calling for the vote on the resolution pursuant to Vice Ranking Member Radewagen's motion. I wanted to hear anyone, if there's any opposed to the motion, say no. The ayes have it, and the subcommittee ranking members are appointed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Congratulations to our chairs and ranking members. We'll now move to subcommittee assignments for the majority. We will now approve subcommittee assignments, and a copy of the subcommittee rosters is before you. Ranking Member Bost and I have agreed on the following subcommittee ratios. For the Health Subcommittee, 9 majority members and 7 minority members. For the Economic Opportunities Subcommittee, 6 majority members and 5 minority members. Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, 5 majority members and 4 minority members. Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs Subcommittee, 6 majority members and 5 minority members. Technology Modernization Subcommittee, 4 majority members and 3 minority members. Vice Chairman Levin, you are recognized for a motion establishing the subcommittee assignments for the majority.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the majority subcommittee assignments as set forth in the resolution be approved.
All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Those opposed, say no.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The majority subcommittee rosters are approved, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I now recognize Ranking Member Radewagen for the resolution.
Mr. Chairman, before we move there, could I have an opening statement before we move for her?
Mr. Ranking Member Bosch, you are recognized for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we have a noble mission in this committee, and I want to thank all 4 returning members, Representatives Radewagen, Berkman, Banks, and Roy. Each of them made a difference for veterans in the 116th Congress, and I know they will continue to make a difference in the 117th Congress as well. I also want to welcome our newest members, Representative Murphy, Mann, Moore, Mace, Cawthorn, Nails, Rosendale, and Miller Meeks. They bring fresh perspectives and insight into our work. We are lucky to have them. I look forward to serving alongside them, and I thank them for their devoting their time in Congress to serving veterans and their families. Before yielding, I want to note, I'm a little disappointed, Mr. Chairman, at the subcommittee ratios, but we've decided to move forward with it in Congress. But we all know there are incredible slim margins in this Congress between our two parties. I understand the Democrats' caucus rules do not count delegates for purposes of determining subcommittee ratios, but do count ex officio members of the subcommittees, which both Chairman Takano and I are. Percentage-wise, our ratios for health and EO are slightly improved over the last Congress, and our ratios for TM and O&I are slightly worse. I do appreciate that as recently as last night, we were still trying to work to get this settled for the DAMA ratios, and I think we could have adopted a fair subcommittee ratio across the board to Congress, given the narrow margins in the fall in the full House. I'm a little disappointed that we are unable to come to that agreement on the ratios in the House this Congress, but with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Bost. I realize that the negotiations went down to the wire, and there were a lot of exigencies that were out of my control. And I appreciate, despite your misgivings, you were willing to move forward. And with that, you did make a motion to approve the actually, I'm calling for Ms. Radewagen to make that motion. So Ms. Radewagen, the Vice Ranking Member, you recognize for a motion?
Chairman, I move to adopt the resolution designating the Republican members of the subcommittees.
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the minority subcommittee rosters are approved, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The last item on our agenda is the approval of committee staff. A list of the staff is before you. Ranking Member Bost, you are recognized for a motion to adopt the resolution approving the committee staff. Ranking Member Bost, is your, I understand you want to make a statement.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Yeah. I think someone else is handling my mute button. That's the issue. Mr. Chairman, I don't want to have to tell you. I don't have to tell you, but for the benefit of the new members, we are fortunate to have a dedicated and professional staff on the Veterans Affairs Committee. They have years of experience under their belt and institutional knowledge of the committee's history and inner workings that is vital to what we do. I thank them for their work. I'm pleased to move that we adopt the resolution designating committee staff.
Well, thank you for the motion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Say no. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Let me just say in closing remarks that I too join with Ranking Member Bost in praise of the staff on both sides of the aisle. We have many, many years of experience, many years, and many, many dedicated staffers who have a commitment to serving our veterans. And with that, let me just say, without objection, committee staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes. The final component of our organizing process will be the filing of our committee oversight plan with the committees on House Administration and Oversight Reform by and reform by March 1st. Members will be given 7 days to review the plan before it is filed and may include additional supplemental or minority views if desired. I want to thank committee members for being understanding about how we had to schedule today's proceedings, and I hope we will be given more time over the next few weeks and months to get acquainted with one another and to work together on many efforts to improve veterans' lives. And this concludes the business portion of today's meeting. We will proceed next to the markup portion of today's proceedings. The business meeting is now adjourned. But stay tuned. We're going to move right into the business, the markup.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready to begin?
Madam Clerk, I am ready to begin.
Please provide a 5-second count.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon. I call this meeting to order. A quorum is present, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. And pursuant to Rule 4, Committee Rule 4, and House Rule 11, Clause 2H4, the chair announces that he may postpone any further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered. I previously went over the requirements for remote participation in our committee's proceedings, but I do want to reiterate that members must remain on camera during the meeting. If members are not visible, they will not count toward a quorum or be considered present in the meeting. Again, if you are experiencing connectivity issues, please make sure you or your staff contact our designated technical support so those issues can be resolved immediately. In the event of a recorded vote, members are encouraged to state their name first, then proceed to render his or her vote. By doing so, this will give the cameras a chance to locate who is speaking. Also, a reminder that it is committee policy that members participating remotely remain muted when not recognized. When you are recognized, you will need to unmute your microphone and then pause for 2 or 3 seconds before speaking so that your words are captured on the live stream. Without objection, members will be recognized in order of seniority during any follow-up debate on amendments. This will make it easier for me to ensure all members participating have an opportunity to be recognized. If you wish to have a document inserted into the record, please ask for unanimous consent and have your staff email the document to veteransaffairs.hearings@mail.house.gov. It will be uploaded to the committee document repository. Please use this email to submit any amendments that have not been previously submitted. Does any member have a question about the conduct of this hearing with members participating remotely? Any questions? Thank you. I'll now recognize myself for an opening statement, and I want to thank everyone for being here. The language before us today showcases the urgent level of need created by the COVID-19 pandemic. It has been nearly 11 months since this committee last met together in person. While the manner in which we conduct our business may have adjusted due to the pandemic, our work fighting to ensure VA can deliver the best care and services to our veterans throughout this national emergency has never ceased. Today, as that work continues, it is abundantly clear that we need to act with urgency to provide relief to our veterans and all Americans. As of yesterday, 9,508 veterans and 127 VHA employees have lost their lives to COVID-19. 1,883 veterans and 19,000 VA employees have tested positive. Countless families have had to celebrate milestones over the phone. provide caregiving from a distance, or say goodbye from a screen. Our world, our country, and the lives of those who have given us the most have forever changed. And while a return to handshakes, hugs, and visible smiles is on the horizon, the path to getting there requires Congress to do quick and thorough work to ensure that we all get there together. The American Rescue Plan is critical to ensuring veterans and the health system they rely on can continue to meet their needs and succeed in their role as backup to America's overwhelmed healthcare systems. With that, I now recognize Ranking Member Bost for his opening statement. Ranking Member, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. As I said just a moment ago when we were doing the organizing meeting, I'm looking forward to getting to work and rolling up our sleeves. You know, veterans, caregivers, families, and survivors are counting on us. I hear from them every day, as I'm sure each one of you do. But this markup is reckless and it's irresponsible. This is the very first time our committee has met this Congress. We have only been organized for 5 minutes. Many members are new. We have not held a single hearing. We have not heard from a single witness. And yet, the Biden administration, Democrat majority in the Congress are rushing through a vote to spend $1.9 trillion. The Department of Veterans Affairs will get 17 billion of that, which is what our committee will be voting on today. It's a mystery to me how the number was determined. VA is the second largest bureaucracy in the federal government. It has a sacred mission, and it received record high levels of funding last year to carry it out. That included the biggest base budget VA has ever had, and we supported that at $243.3 billion. It was also we also included a $19.6 billion from the COVID CARE Act for COVID relief. And at the end of last week, $10.9 billion of the CARES Act money was left unspent. Let me say that again. $10.9 billion of the CARES Act money was left unspent. It hasn't been touched. VA told us repeatedly over the last year that the department did not need additional funding. The fact that most of VA CARES Act money is left over bears that out. VA's tune only changed on that after the Biden administration decided to drop the department an additional $17 billion out of the air. We do not know how they came up with that amount. We do not know why it is needed. We do not know what is going to be used for. We do not know how veterans will be better off by it. We have asked these questions. Senator Moran and ranking member of the Senate Veterans Affairs, the ranking member of the Senate Affairs Committee, and I wrote VA last Thursday asking them. I wrote Chairman Takano last Friday asking for hearings so we could ask those questions to the VA witnesses. I want that hearing to be held publicly so the veterans and taxpayers could hear VA's answer too. Mr. Chairman, you never responded to my letter. The VA response was to give our staff a short brief and one-sheet figures in broad funding categories. There is nowhere near the justification that members of Congress should insist on before giving almost $20 billion to any cause. Our constituents did not send us here to give only passing glances at billions of their hard-earned dollars going out the door. This is no way to conduct the people's business, and this is no way to conduct the veterans' business. COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on our country. Veterans are not being immune to its effects. They need our help. They deserve our help. And we, working together last year, gave them our help. We can do that again now. We should do that again now, but this is not the way to do it. Members have had this text for less than 48 hours. It has changed 3 different times since then. It is written like a blank check. It contains few, if any, details about how the money is going to be used, leaves it ripe for waste, fraud, and abuse. Based on what little we know about it, It appears that the most of the money is meant for anticipated needs in fiscal year 2022 and even 2023. VA briefings to the committee staff last Friday made it clear that the $10.9 billion in the CARES Act funding that is left over is expected to last through the end of this fiscal year. Clearly, this money is not needed urgently. If it wouldn't be, we'd use for at least it's not going to be used for at least 7 months, if not more. Clearly, we have time to do our due diligence. Some of our colleagues are already starting to do that. Next Friday, the Military Construction VA Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee is holding a VA hearing on VA's response to COVID-19. Dr. Richard Stone, the executive in charge of the Veterans Health Administration, will be testifying. Dr. Stone has been at the helm of the VA healthcare system throughout this pandemic. If anyone can tell us if the VA needs more money, it's for COVID relief, it is Dr. Stone. Mr. Chairman, I believe all these proceedings until after the testimony before the Appropriations Committee next week, that is the right call under these circumstances. In lieu of that, my Republican colleagues and I have offered several amendments to this proposal. Our amendments are address what should be mutual bipartisan priorities: getting veterans back vaccinated, getting veterans back to work, helping veterans recover physically, mentally, and financially from this pandemic, and holding the VA accountable for making sure taxpayer dollars are spent well. I hope our amendments are given the due consideration. I look forward to discussing them with you, and I urge all members to support them. And with that, I yield back. Mr. Chairman, you're still muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Ranking Member Boston. Let me say that I do realize the shortness of the time, but there's also urgency with the American public to get the American Rescue Plan in its entirety marked up and on a time schedule. We have Americans that are waiting for the unemployment provisions to be extended, and they expire in the middle of March. We have a promise to keep, one which even President Trump said that he wanted to do, which is to provide the $2,000 direct payments to Americans in need. And by huge majorities across the country, the American people want the American Rescue Plan adopted. And I am without any doubt that the needs of our veterans need to also be met. And while we cannot at this moment provide the level of specificity that would make you feel more comfortable, it is important that we not leave veterans out of the consideration of this package. And it is, but we do have to move our markup by today to stay on a timeline to meet the full requirements of the entirety of the package. So therefore, let me just say we will now proceed to the consideration of the Committee on Veterans Affairs legislative proposal to comply with the reconciliation directive included in section 2001 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021. The clerk will please designate the committee print.
Committee print, providing for reconciliation pursuant to S.Con. Res. 5, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021.
Text was circulated. The text was circulated in advance and pursuant to committee rules. Without objection, the first reading is dispensed with, and without objection, the committee print is considered read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Takano of California. Strike
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the amendment will be considered as read, and considered as original text for amendment and is open to amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print. Almost 1 year ago exactly, in a budget hearing before this committee, I asked former VA Secretary Robert Wilkie and VHA Executive in Charge, Dr. Stone, if VA needed supplemental appropriations to prepare for a potential outbreak. The Secretary said no. Dr. Stone agreed, but added, quote, "If this develops into a pandemic in which portions of the American healthcare system collapse, we're going to have a different situation," end quote. Well, this is that discussion. Currently, VA is on track to fully use the money appropriated in the CARES Act on COVID-19 related healthcare and VA facilities and the community. They have been agile in their approach, ensuring veteran and fourth mission operations were sustainable through the expiration of available funds. Given the toll of last year and the unprecedented scale of VA's emergency response, the amendment in the nature of a substitute before us could not come at a more critical time. My amendment in the nature of a substitute will provide $272 million to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic on claims and appeal processing. It will also provide nearly $13.5 billion to the Veterans Health Administration to cover the impact of delays in care that resulted from COVID cases overwhelming facilities. These funds will also help those veterans hit by the economic toll of the pandemic who need affordable health care and sign up for VA as a result. What we know so far of the economic toll of the pandemic all but guarantees VA will see more veterans come to VA for the very first time and see a wave of veterans who put off preventative and maintenance care in 2020. With this funding, these veterans won't have to worry about covering copays, medical care during the pandemic. These funds will also sustain the progress made with the CARES Act, such as staffing increases, enhanced programming for suicide prevention, women's health, homelessness assistance, and telehealth expansion. It enables VHA to better toggle between addressing COVID hotspots and postponed healthcare needs after a surge passes through a community. The amendment in nature of substitute provides $100 million to fund investments in information technology systems to support the modernization of VA's supply chain, which will prove essential in this and future pandemics. It also provides assistance to state veterans' homes, which have endured the cruelest consequences of this pandemic in two ways. First, it provides $500 million for construction grants, which require a state match for projects that enhance home safety. Second, it provides $250 million in one-time emergency payments to support operational costs in the home, such as PPE and cleaning services and increased staffing. This package will also provide $10 million for the VA Office of Inspector General to continue to provide critical oversight in this volatile time. Finally, it provides $400 million for 12 months of retraining assistance to veterans who are unemployed due to COVID-19. Veteran unemployment continues to rise, and this month's job report is further proof that our economic recovery is moving too slow. This funding will help our veterans get back to work. Passage of this legislation will ensure VA has every available means to keep our veterans safe and well during this once-in-a-lifetime public health crisis. The need now is real, and the pain caused by this pandemic is deep. The best way to provide direct relief to the American people and continue serving all those who have served is to act fast and to do it now. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute so that this committee may play a part in delivering much needed relief to our veterans and the systems they depend on. Do any members seek recognition to offer amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment of nature of the substitute at the desk. the Boston Amendment number 1.
Mr. Boss? Mr. Boss, you are recognized.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment.
Excuse me, I should have, Madam Clerk, you will designate the amendment, report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Bost.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Ranking Member Bost is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't think of a single higher priority with respect to COVID relief than supporting and encouraging the vaccine to be distributed. The only way to get our lives back to normal is rebuild the economy and save lives is to get the vaccine into the arms of as many willing Americans as possible, as quickly as possible. I commend the VA for the work that the department has done so far in vaccinating our veterans, especially when our veterans gaining speed, especially when it's gaining speed in our so many communities. We must do more to protect vulnerable veterans. That includes those living in highly rural areas and tribal lands or the U.S. territories. It includes those minorities or underserved communities. It includes those state veteran homes. So it also includes those VA's highest priority subgroups, priority group 8E and G, who are enrolled in the VA healthcare system, but due to income limits, do not have access to VA care. We have all heard heartbreaking stories about the challenges these veterans face in accessing the vaccine. My amendment would help them by authorizing VA to vaccinate veterans in priority groups 8E and G, authorizing the VA to vaccinate veterans residing in state veterans homes with staff vaccination rates below 85%, increasing funding to vaccinate veterans in highly rural areas, tribal areas, and in U.S. territories. It requires VA to conduct communications and outreach campaigns to encourage veterans, especially those underserved and minority communities, to get vaccinated. It would also require the Government Accountability Office to conduct a review of VA's vaccination efforts. The amendment is a no-brainer, and any serious COVID relief effort should contain these provisions. So I hope everyone will support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Bost. I must urge opposition to Bost Amendment number 1. And I really do thank the ranking member for bringing this amendment forward. And I do support the intent, but I must also oppose its inclusion in the package. And let me explain why. Over the last couple of weeks, I have had numerous conversations about this very issue with the Veterans Health Administration's acting Undersecretary for Health, Dr. Stone, in an effort to encourage the department to find a way to administer vaccine to more veterans, including those who are not currently enrolled in VA's healthcare system, or including those who are veterans caregivers and civilians in accordance with President Biden's executive orders. Unfortunately, the VA tells me that Bost Amendment number 1 does not provide VA any additional authority to vaccinate veterans. Moreover, Bost Amendment number 1 neglects to include caregivers of veterans who are not eligible to participate in the program of comprehensive assistance for family caregivers, nor does it include a designated essential caregiver for veterans who reside in VA community living centers or who are patients in VA spinal cord injury units who have been unable to see loved ones in person for nearly a year. Now, my staff has worked closely with VA to draft language that would provide broader access to COVID-19 vaccines for eligible but unenrolled veterans, expanded caregiver categories, and potentially help deliver vaccines to the wider public as supplies become more available. Further, the soonest a fix in this package, in this vehicle, could take could take effect is mid-March. It is my intention to have a fix way, way before then. So we are working with VA to get guidance on what legislative relief is needed, but we still don't have enough information from VA on what the best approach for fixing this is. Unfortunately, the issue is further complicated due to standing appropriations language that contradicts language in the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's memorandum of understanding about not charging for vaccines. In parallel to our relief efforts to explore options for legislative relief, I'm pushing VA to find an administrative workaround. 2 days ago, I spoke with the new secretary at the end of his first day on the job and informed him of my deep concern. He acknowledged the challenge and agreed to work with us to address this issue. That being said, is there any further debate on the amendment? Do any other members of the committee wish to speak on BOSS Amendment number 1?
Mr. Chairman, if I can be heard, Representative Lamb.
Representative Lamb, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the ranking member for his attention to this issue because it is clearly a pressing one. I happen to agree with the chairman that this bill that we're voting on today is not really the vehicle. And I just wanted to add an observation. I visited the largest VA hospital here in southwestern Pennsylvania last weekend to talk to veterans who were waiting in line for a vaccine. And they're at that hospital here in Pittsburgh getting 700 on weekdays and close to 2,000 on weekend veterans coming in to receive the vaccine shot. And what is constraining that number is purely an issue of supply. It is not yet anywhere near an issue of legislative authority to provide to different groups of veterans. So the ball that we all need to keep our eye on the most to help the largest number of veterans in the fastest amount of time remains increasing available vaccine supply, which in the overall bill that we are pushing through on reconciliation, we are attempting to do. So I wanted to make that first point. And then as a second, report back that the chairman's point about including caregivers of veterans, particularly those in our community living centers, is a really good and important one, which I don't believe is addressed by Mr. Boss' amendment. But it was the first thing that our VA director here said to me when I asked him, what can we do to help? What do you not have? He said, everybody's talking about veterans who are not eligible or enrolled. That's an important problem. It's also a problem that's millions of people large. The problem of caregivers and getting one caregiver vaccinated for the veterans that are living in CLCs and haven't seen anybody for a year, that may only be about 40,000 people large. So it's a problem that we can actually solve and we should solve. Doesn't really have to be solved in this bill, nor should it, because it could hold up the vehicle that we're pushing through on the overall vaccine. So just wanted to give that that local report for those who are weighing this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lamb. Does any other member wish to speak on amendment number 1 offered by Mr. Bost? If not, we will move to a vote. Let me just also add before we go to the vote that I spoke with Dr. Stone. I'm quite impressed with how efficient the VA has been with its current allocation, which is far short of what it needs. As of last Friday, they only had 1.3 days left of vaccine. There's very little of that vaccine in inventory. And they have actually flown missions with contracted planes into small towns to vaccinate veterans in rural areas. They've begun that process. As of last Friday, the VA has vaccinated more individuals than 4 states in our union. So I am indeed impressed with, and there's a wonderful picture of Dr. Stone administering personally a vaccine. He's had even his white lab coat on and administering vaccine. So the question is now on the amendment offered by the ranking member. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a roll call vote, please.
There is a request for a roll call vote. Is there a sufficient second?
Second.
Second.
There is sufficient second. Pursuant to Committee Rule 4, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. I understand General Bergman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Bergman of Michigan.
Without objection, the further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. General Bergman, you're recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Chicano. My amendment would address an issue I know is a high priority for you and every member of this committee, supporting the mental health of our nation's veterans. Veteran suicide prevention was one of the top goals of this committee last Congress, and it was one of my personal goals as well. That remains as true today as it was then. The last year has been an extraordinarily stressful one. There's been tremendous fear over the virus itself, isolation caused by lockdown orders and exposure concerns, financial stress caused by lost jobs and economic upheaval, anxiety caused by school closures and homeschooling. I could go on and on. Veterans have suffered just like everyone else. I am proud of the work that this committee and our counterparts in the Senate did last year to pass the comprehensive suicide prevention legislation named the Commander John Scott Hannon Veterans Mental Health Care Improvement Act of 2019. That legislation included the text of my bill, the Improved Wellbeing for Veterans Act, to authorize grant funds to community-based organizations providing needed support to veterans and families on the front lines across our country. We know that most, specifically 14 of those 20 service members, veterans, members of the National Guard and Reserve, who die by suicide every day, have not sought VA care in the 2 years before they died. Increasing support for community organizations who can reach those 14 men and women, offer them help and hope, and connect them to their fellow veterans and the VA, and that could be life-saving. That has never been more important than it is now, with so many more individuals and families struggling. For this reason, my amendment includes specific funds to support the implementation of the Hannon Act, including the Improved Wellbeing for Veterans Act. My amendment also includes specific funds to support the implementation of the Chairman's Bill, the Veterans Compact Act, which includes important provisions for veterans suffering from a mental health crisis. It also includes specific funds to support implementation of end-of-year omnibus bill the House Veterans and Senate Veterans Affairs Committees passed at the end of the 116th Congress. That omnibus includes several necessary legislative changes, including many that would strengthen the services provided to the growing number of women veterans seeking VA care and benefits. To further support veterans' mental health needs, my amendment would provide funding for additional vet centers. These vet centers are VA facilities that offer readjustment counseling, grief counseling, family counseling, and peer support to veterans and their loved ones. These vet centers are not located aboard sprawling VA medical center campuses, but in the community. They offer a necessary, accessible, no closed door approach to veterans who need connection, support, and someone to talk to about their problems. Vet centers are managed by VA's Readjustment Counseling Service and do excellent work. Active duty service members and members of the National Guard and Reserve are also eligible to go to vet centers. We need more of them in communities across the country, and my amendment would ensure VA has the resources to build them. My amendment also includes the text of the Puppies Assisting Wounded Service Members, or PAWS Act. PAWS passed the House last Congress with broad bipartisan support. It was co-sponsored by 324 of our colleagues, including me and many of the members of this committee. PAWS would create a pilot program to connect veterans with mental health issues to service dogs. VA recently released a study showing that veterans who were paired with a service dog had significantly fewer PTSD symptoms over time and exhibited fewer symptoms of suicide risk. Now, I share the concerns of Ranking Member Bost and many of my colleagues about this underlying proposal. The process, quite honestly, is a bit of a farce. It is irresponsible at best to provide additional funding of this magnitude to VA with so little justification to support it, and more than 10 billion still left over from last year's COVID relief effort. And I might add, last year's effort was fully bipartisan, unlike this one. But if we're going to provide 17 billion in additional funding to this department, we better make sure the money prioritizes veterans' mental health. My amendment would do that. I would hope that every member, single member of our committee would support it, because I know it will do the job. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, General Bergman. Does any member wish to be recognized on to discuss the amendment offered by General Bergman?
Sure. Chair.
I see Mr. Ranking Member Boss, you are seeking recognition?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, as members are aware of a tremendous toll the pandemic has taken on Americans' mental health, veterans are not immune from that toll. We are also aware of the tragic fact that 20 service members, veterans, and members of the Guard and Reserve die by suicide every day. Supporting veterans' mental health throughout the pandemic is just as critical as supporting their physical health. General Berkman's excellent amendment would make sure the VA prioritizes mental health support within the proposal. He has long been a champion for veteran suicide prevention. I thank him for taking the lead on this one as well, this one as well. And I'm proud to join him in supporting the amendment. And I want to urge every member on the committee to do the same. And I yield back.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, Ms. Capter.
Ms. Capter, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I must say that General Bergman's amendment has many aspects that I can support. However, I am very reluctantly rising to oppose the gentleman's amendment. The amendment actually has 3 parts, and those dealing with mental health, all 3 parts actually deal with mental health, but the first 2 especially. I'm rising to oppose the amendment because of the provision that deals with service dogs, which all of us support. But the reason I'm rising to oppose him, the Veterans Department has just released a study on whether service dogs are clinically beneficial to veterans who unfortunately have contracted PTS. Further and importantly, the National Academy of Sciences review panel has identified worrisome problems with the Department of Veterans Affairs report. The VA has made it clear that it will review those problems and come back with a real plan, an effective plan, on how it should move forward with regard to the veterinary insurance benefit program expansion. So I don't know if the gentleman would accept an amendment to his amendment, but I think we should let the VA fix its report and then hear back from the VA on how it plans to move forward on the mental health service dog issue before mandating a pilot program that bypasses what the experts have already been working on. So I think the gentleman has a very worthy set of objectives, but I think this isn't going to work out quite the way he expects on this particular aspect of his amendment. So for that provision in particularly, I urge opposition to the amendment. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rosendale, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Takano and Ranking Member Boss for leading this markup today. Thank you for my colleague, Mr. Bergman of Michigan, for leading this amendment today. Our nation's veterans are truly our nation's heroes. They have fought overseas for our rights and our freedoms. Our veterans and their families have made tremendous sacrifices for every single American. When our heroes return home, they must have access to care and benefits that they have earned. Thousands of our veterans are experiencing PTSD and other mental health problems, and I talk to them regularly. Just yesterday, I spoke with a mother who was able to finally gain access to proper mental health treatment for her son after he had served 2 tours of duty in Afghanistan. The COVID-19 pandemic has only exacerbated this problem and has significantly impacted our nation's heroes. Even before the pandemic, an average of 20 service members, veterans, and members of the National Guard Reserve died by suicide each day. Only 6 of them had access to VA care in the 2 years before they died. These numbers have only grown due to the isolation and economic damage stemming from COVID-19. This is unacceptable. Mr. Bergman's amendment would address this growing mental health crisis by ensuring veterans have access to the mental health services that they need. This amendment would authorize additional funds for the VA Readjustment Counseling Service, or VET centers, that are community-based centers that provide social and psychological services to our veterans. These centers help ensure that Americans can access care in settings that are closer to home and more comfortable to them. Veterans must be able to access the care they were promised and have earned without any delay. I'm grateful that Mr. Bergman is leading this effort, and I urge my colleagues to support this critical amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendale. Is there any other member seeking recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Jack Bergman.
Ms. Bergman, you're
Yes,
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based upon what my colleague, Ms. Capter said, I would, and I'm not sure the exact wording here, but I would accept an amendment to the amendment for the time period here to extract the pause language in the amendment so that we can let the VA do its more research and then just delete that from the amendment in total.
Ms. Capter, let me just interject that the amendment, even with the pause language change, still poses an issue with regard to the integrity of the entire package. I agree with Ms. Capter that it is laudable, the intent that you have to prioritize the spending. But adding such language would create potential conformity issues with the Byrd rule. So therefore, I have to encourage members to oppose, and if we have such issues, it would jeopardize passage of the privileged nature of this bill. So, are there any other members who wish to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lamb.
Representative Lamb, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I don't need 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman. For the members who are new to this committee or returning to it after some time away, I simply wanted to point out that during our many hearings on veterans' mental health and suicide in the last Congress, where we did have some pretty good bipartisan work, a point very often made was about the connection between financial instability, unemployment, and mental health among veterans, and that attacking financial instability and unemployment can itself be a powerful remedy for mental health issues. And so those who choose to protect the integrity of this entire legislative package, not simply the part that we are marking up in this committee, which unfortunately is being done by reconciliation. It's not the style I would choose, but it is what is being done given the emergency situation that we're in with the pandemic. You would be supporting veterans in a financially unstable position who are unemployed, or potentially have even dropped out of the search for a job to care for their kids who are at home. You'll get a chance to support that by voting for $1,400 stimulus checks and extended unemployment benefits, which give cash and also the certainty of support for a much longer period of time. So if we widen the lens to the entire package, as the chairman was suggesting, the financial support is itself an important way of helping to support the mental health of our veterans. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition?
Ranking Member Boss. For
Ranking Member Boss,
for a point of
I recognize you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the Byrd rule. Mr. Chairman, one thing that needs to be brought up is the Byrd rule is a Senate rule and it's not applicable in the House. But moreover, before a provision falls under the Senate rules, a point of order must be raised. And given that Congress generally supports the veterans programs, we did not know at what point the order would be raised. And even if the point of order was raised, it could be waived according to the CRS. There have been successful waivers in the past. The amendment is, good policy, and it's worthy of consideration. And I don't think we should reject it because of a Byrd rule that actually deals with the Senate, not with us. But thank you.
Ranking Member Boss, I thank you for your correction. I meant to refer, instead of saying conformity to the Byrd rule, I meant to say conformity to the Budget Committee instructions. And so adopting the amendment would put us at variance with the Budget Committee instructions. And that is the fundamental problem with it. Okay, so your correction is, I take your correction, and I appreciate your bringing it forward. Any other member wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll now move to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the Bergman amendment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No,
No.
No.
reluctantly, no.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Objection.
I request a recorded vote for the ayes and nays.
The recorded vote is requested. Is there a sufficient second?
Second.
There is a sufficient second. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to Committee Rule 4, and further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Mr. Banks, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk in the nature of a substitute.
The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Banks.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Mr. Banks, you are recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute would provide VA with funding to cover the cost of buying American-made medical supplies. The COVID pandemic has painfully demonstrated the importance of buying American. It is clearly not just a jobs issue or an economic growth issue. The industrial base is a security issue, and it extends beyond the defense industry into the consumer economy. I represent a manufacturing district where NAFTA and China and the WTO have always been 4-letter words in the house that I grew up in. But even if your home districts do not produce medical products, all of us rely on an uninterrupted supply of medicine and supplies. And now we know when the Chinese supply chain sneezes, the rest of the world gets the flu. We can't ever let it happen again. My amendment references the relevant language in President Biden's recent executive order 14005 entitled, quote, "Ensuring the future is made in all of America by all of America's workers," end quote. The order restricts federal agencies' ability to waive existing Buy American laws and regulations. This is good policy. But if we are serious about buying American, we are going to have to pay a little bit more at times for it. That is why my amendment would appropriate an additional approximately 1% of the dollars the chairman's bill devotes to VHA healthcare, or $100 million, to cover the increased cost of superior American-made medical products. If we fail to do this, we erode the VA's purchasing power. It's very simple. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Banks, for your amendment. Does any member wish to speak to the Banks amendment?
Chairman, I wish to speak to it.
Who is seeking recognition?
Frank Mervan.
Mr. Mervan. It's very difficult to see who's on this screen. So, Mr. Mervan, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak to Mr. Banks' amendment.
I move to strike the last word speak in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman's recognized.
As a representative from the 1st Congressional District of Indiana, the nation's leader in steel production, I strongly support enhancing and strengthening the Buy American requirements. Buy America requirements create good-paying jobs and invest in our nation's economy and national security. This issue enjoys bipartisan support both among Americans and members of Congress, because we can all agree that American taxpayer dollars must support American workers. Therefore, I agree with the sentiment of this amendment, which is to promote more domestic acquisition sources for the VA. I also agree that the pandemic has highlighted the need to produce medical supplies and other critical goods right here in the United States. However, it should be noted that the President has already recently proposed sweeping changes to improve our nation's Buy American laws, and the VA should be consulted with regarding any changes to the current waiver process. I also would emphasize that the changes proposed in this gentleman's amendment are outside the scope and the rules governing this committee's portion of the reconciliation package. Moving forward, I would welcome the opportunity to work with my colleague from Indiana, Congressman Banks, and all my colleagues in the Biden administration to strengthen the Buy American requirements and support domestic manufacturing and the American workers. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the Banks amendment?
Ranking Member Bost.
Ranking Member Boss, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congressman Banks has been a longtime leader for this committee, and I thank him for offering this amendment. An investment made in this legislation to support veterans and American businesses. Congressman Banks' attempt would make sure that we do just that. I'm proud to support his amendment and encourage everyone to vote for it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The ranking member yields back. Any other members wish to speak on the amendment? If not, we will move to a vote on the Banks amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Aye. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Banks.
ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Is there a sufficient second?
Second.
There is a sufficient second. A roll call vote is ordered. Pursuant to the committee rule 4, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Mr. Nels, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, sir.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by
Without
Mr.
objection,
Wells, text.
the further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Mr. Nels, you are recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Takano and Ranking Member Bost. I am truly honored to be seated on this committee, and I share your commitment to putting our troops and veterans first. I'm also grateful for the trust you have placed in me to serve as the next ranking member of the subcommittee on disability assistance and memorial affairs. I look forward to building upon the successes of this subcommittee from last Congress, which were accomplished under the leadership of Ranking Member Boss and Chair Luria. As a retired Army major who deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, I have seen firsthand the cost of war and the lasting impact it has on our veterans. Our veterans go overseas, leaving their families and loved ones behind to keep the homeland safe and fight the enemy. They sacrifice life and limb in service to our nation, and when they return home, they do not always receive the care or benefits they receive. And this is unacceptable. Our nation has a responsibility to care for the families of our fallen service members. A part of that promise is the provision of the VA benefits such as dependency and indemnity compensation, or DIC. DIC is a tax-free monetary benefit which provides over $1,350 per month to certain dependents of service members who die on active duty or veterans who die from service-connected disabilities. DIC helps families pay bills such as mortgage payments, groceries, and health care costs. Ensuring that survivors receive this benefit is critical during the pandemic as Americans face an uncertain economy. Unfortunately, the VA may not be meeting its obligation to certain survivors who file a claim for DIC. The problem occurs, and this is the problem, when a veteran's death certificate lists COVID-19 as the main cause of death, but does not identify a possible service-connected disability as a contributing cause of the death. In these cases, the VA may be required to order a medical opinion to determine, one, if the veteran's disability at the time of their death may have caused complications with COVID-19 and ultimately contributed to their death, and two, if that condition was service-connected. Veteran service officers and member offices have raised concerns that the VA does not always order a medical opinion when necessary to decide these claims. And oftentimes, the medical opinion provides the information a VA rater needs to grant the claim. My amendment would address this issue by directing the VA to provide updated training for employees who handle DIC claims. Specifically, my amendment would instruct the VA to provide additional guidance on requesting a medical opinion for DIC claims. Moreover, the VA would be required to conduct training on processing COVID-19 related DIC claims. This amendment is less than 1/3 of 1%. It's asking for $500,000, which is 0.0029% of this budget reconciliation package. It's a minuscule amount for a fix that will alleviate financial stress for many of our veterans and their families. I believe my amendment is necessary to ensure that the VA honors its commitment to care for the families of our service members and veterans who pass from COVID-19. And Mr. Chairman, and in your opening statement, you said that thousands of veterans that we have lost during COVID-19, and I want to thank you for mentioning that. We owe it to our veterans to appropriately identify areas that can be improved by increased funding. We also owe it to the American taxpayer to ensure that we are carefully and thoroughly considering all aspects of this proposal. Chairman Takano, I want you to know that I sincerely look forward to working with you and my Democrat colleagues on this committee. This legislation, it could be better. It needs to be better. And we owe it to our veterans and the American taxpayer. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Nels. I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. I must urge opposition to the Nels amendment. And while I agree with the intent of this amendment to improve the accuracy of decisions related to DIC claims, there is not a need to increase funding specifically for training My staff and I have heard from many VSOs about the difficulty many survivors have collecting their DIC benefits when a veteran passes away from COVID-19. I recognize there may be improvements needed to the way VA decides these claims, and I'm committed to working with our new secretary to make these changes. However, an additional $500,000 directed towards training is not necessary to achieve this change. VBA's annual budget includes funding for VBA to train raters on an ongoing basis relating to the wide variety of claims that raters encounter. Additional or updated training, where necessary, could easily be provided by the Secretary within existing budgetary resources. The amendment directing $500,000 is not necessary to improve training and would take money away from critical efforts to reduce the growing claims backlog, excuse me. And you know, that is pretty much what I have to say on the topic. Does any other member wish to be recognized on the Nels amendment?
Chairman, Ranking Member Bost.
Ranking Member Bost, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
No, thank you, Chairman. First off, for Congressman Nails, I want to thank him for taking over for me as a ranking member of the DAMA committee, and I'm glad to see that he's already hit off and racing and securing the benefits that the veterans and survivors have earned. My heart goes out to the loved ones of the veterans who have died from COVID-19. Last thing a grieving family should have to worry about is whether or not they will be able to access the benefits they deserve. I share Representative Nails' concerns that the VA employees may be improperly decided DIC claims. This amendment would ensure that any gaps in VA training and guidance or DIC claims are correct. This is a no-brainer. I'm glad to support the amendment. I want to encourage all members to vote aye. And I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Any other member wish to speak on the Nels amendment? Seeing none.
Congresswoman Miller Meeks, Mr. Chair, would like to speak in support of Mr. Nels' amendment.
Ms. Miller Meeks, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair Takano. I want to thank my colleague, Representative Nails, for bringing this amendment forward. I'm a 24-year military veteran. My husband is a 30-year military veteran. I was on the Vice Chair of Veterans as a state senator, resigning just at the end of last year from that position. And I'm also a current member of my Wapello County Veterans Affairs Committee, work very closely with my VSO. This is an issue and is a problem. This amendment addresses that problem. It is very little cost. And when you look at the markup of this bill and the amount of money in this bill, in addition to the money that the VA had before, this is a minuscule amount of money to address a problem which immediately impacts every single family member of a veteran who has died. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this amendment with the minimal amount of funding that is required. It definitely would represent a need and would have immediate relief directly related to the pandemic for these families. My time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The generally yields back. Does any other member wish to speak on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized for just 1 minute?
Is Mr. Rosendale, is that you?
Mr. Nails.
Oh, Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels,
Please.
of course.
And Chairman, and thank you for your words. And I truly believe that your heart is in the right place, and you will reach out to the Veterans Administration and make sure that no soldier is left behind. But I can assure you this, with the passage of this amendment and the $500,000, which you're right, is peanuts. It's peanuts when you look at the overall total package of this reconciliation bill. You will guarantee that it will train these 726 or so VA employees that deal with these DIC claims. This will provide that training to make sure that no one, not one family, not one widow is left behind or missed. And I would ask you again to please support this amendment. I'd ask your colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Nels. Does any other member wish to be heard on the Nels amendment? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the Nels amendment, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
Nay.
No.
The noes appear to have it.
Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote, sir.
Is there a sufficient second?
Second.
There being a sufficient second, the roll call vote is ordered and will be postponed as per Rule 4 of the committee. Just bear with me for a moment. I sort of lost my place here. Mr. Banks, Mr. Nels. I believe Ms. Radowagen, you are next. Ms. Radowagen, you are recognized for an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mrs. Radowagen of American Samoa.
Without objection, the further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. And Ms. Radowagen, you are recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Takano. My amendment would provide $500 million for cancer prevention, detection, and treatment. It would also provide $1 million for a communications and outreach campaign to encourage veterans who have delayed care over the last year due to the pandemic to safely seek it now. I'm a cancer survivor. I know firsthand the heartbreak and devastation a cancer diagnosis can cause and the life-saving importance of early detection and treatment. It's no secret that many people have delayed seeking care for regular, preventative, or non-emergent conditions over the last year because of the pandemic. However, I'm alarmed, as I know many of us are, that those delays could prove deadly in the coming years, and for cancer patients, result in significant increases in late-stage cancer diagnoses and otherwise preventable deaths. My amendment is intended to focus VA's attention and resources squarely on stopping that coming freight train. It is exactly the kind of COVID relief that our constituents and veterans so clearly need. Ranking Member Bost and my committee colleagues have already spoken this afternoon about the frustratingly few details we've been provided by VA about this $17 billion request. I echo their concerns on that front. Based on what little, and it is very little, information we do have from VA regarding the department's plans for this money, it appears that some of it will be allocated toward impacts of delays in care. I'm glad to see that. However, we need to know much, much more about VA's plans to address delays in care, offset as many complications those delays may have caused our nation's veterans as possible, and the true cost of those efforts in this proposal and otherwise. I hope that that'll be the subject of a committee hearing in the near future. In the meantime, my amendment would ensure that at least some of this money is allocated toward helping veterans with cancer. It would also require VA to be proactive in reaching out to veterans and encouraging them to safely return to VA medical centers, clinics, and community care partner offices so that they can stay healthy and strong and get the care that they've earned through their brave service in the armed forces. I hope to have the support of committee members on my amendment today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Radowagen. Is there further debate on the Radowagen amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Ranking Member Bost, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking Member Bost, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to support the Vice Ranking Member, Congresswoman Radowagen, this afternoon. Her amendment would provide exactly the timely, targeted COVID relief that should be the hallmark of this proposal. It would help limit the deadly impacts the delays in care over the last year are expected to cause in the years ahead. And it has my full support, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Bossa. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the Rattawagon amendment?
Representative Lamb, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lamb, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must oppose this amendment. I fully support Ms. Rattawagon's goal of increasing cancer research and treatment dollars, and I fully believe that we will achieve that with Joe Biden as president. When he was Vice President Biden, he was the leader of the Cancer Moonshot and helped secure almost $2 billion in new cancer research money in the 21st Century Cures Act, and I know it remains a huge priority of this administration. I don't believe that this COVID-related bill is the time to choose one deadly disease among all of them that is not directly related to COVID, given that we will be able to invest in more cancer research in the context of this administration. For example, there are many veterans suffering from diabetes, both diagnosed and underdiagnosed, a very complicated and expensive disease to treat. But we are not singling them out in this bill either. So on the part of your amendment, ma'am, about cancer, I fully hope that we can work together on the Health Subcommittee to take advantage of the passion that our new president and his administration has for this issue. With respect to delayed care and miscare, that has been a huge problem here in Western Pennsylvania due to closures and limitations related to COVID. I don't know that the solution presented in the amendment is the only way to get there. In fact, I think what the overall amendment in the nature of a substitute does is support the ongoing operations of our VAs by giving them money to treat and reach out to and contact veterans, which is already happening here in my district. I mean, I know that talking to all the veterans in the vaccine line last week, they were actually very complimentary of the way that the VA has reopened, gotten them back in for courses of treatment, physical exams, everything that they need. And the number one constraint, according to the director, was just, operational cost, just the ability to have enough budget and resources to continue employing all the staff that they've hired who do the work of outreach and treating these patients in all the different CBOCs and large hospitals and places that they operate. So I think that the bill we are offering here today is going to solve the problem that this amendment is seeking to address with respect to delayed care. And I urge all members to support the overall bill while opposing this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Lamb. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the Rattawagon amendment? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the Rattawagon amendment say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to
Chairman,
reconsider.
Request a
Ms.
recorded.
Rattawagon?
Sorry,
Ms. Rattawagon?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded
second.
vote is requested. There is sufficient second. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to Committee Rule 4. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Ranking Member Bost, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk in the nature of a substitute, and it's identified as Boston Amendment number 2.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Boston, Illinois. Strike section 8003 at the appropriate place, inserting the following. Section Department of Veteran Affairs Supply Chain Resiliency, report on critical items no later than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act. The Secretary of Veteran Affairs shall submit to the Committees on Veteran Affairs of the Senate and the House of Representatives a report containing each of the following. 1, a description of the items the Secretary considers critical with respect to subsection A, the ongoing response to the covered public health emergency, as such term is defined in section 8006, subsection M, subsection 1, and future epidemic, pandemic, emergency, or disaster scenarios. The quantities of the items described in paragraph subsection 1 that are available as of the date of the enactment of this act. In inventories, emergency catches, or other emergency inventories of the Department of Veteran Affairs, the anticipated quantities of the items described in paragraph 1 that will be necessary under potential epidemic, pandemic, emergency, or disaster scenarios the Secretary determines to be relevant for planning purposes. Participation in War Stopper Program.
Clerk, the clerk, without objection, the clerk will dispense with the amendment, reading of the amendment. Ranking Member Boss, you are recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. We're all familiar with the challenges that the VA medical supply chain has had over the last year, and the urgent need to overcome those challenges to keep veterans employees safe. My amendment would strengthen VA's supply chain and most particularly expand an expedient way. And unlike the supply chain proposed in the underlying bill, it would produce benefits this year, not years from now. Specifically, it would do three things. First, it would eliminate the $100 million for supply chain modernization from the base text. The supply chain modernization project is known as DEMLS, and it cannot be completed until 2025, 4 years from now. Second, it would prohibit VA from exclusively relying on supply depots, which are not and will not be fully operational until 2023. Third, it will appropriate $150 million over 5 years for VA to join DoD's War Stoppers program. The War Stoppers program is the smartest way for the government to guarantee supplies in an emergency. Instead of holding physicians' physical inventories in their warehouses, War Stoppers would allow VA to pay its suppliers to do that. For a relatively small management fee, the companies hold the inventory and guarantee its availability. The companies are also responsible for rotating the stock and making sure that whatever is being delivered is not spoiled or out of date. The government only pays for the supplies that they are actually needing, and I hope the VA is successful with the DEMLS system, and supply depots, but putting emergency funds into programs that will not be finished till 2023 or 2025 is questionable, to say the very least. I think the War Stoppers is the VA's best option now, and it can begin in 180 days. I understand this entire effort is supposed to be about COVID relief. If that is indeed the case, it should be targeted to the investments that were paid off, that pay off now. That is why that's what the amendment will do, and I'll encourage people to support it. But I also would be remiss right now, Mr. Chairman. Earlier in my opening statement, I asked unanimous consent to enter the record VA spending plan and justification, which I mentioned in my opening remarks. And if I could place that in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I encourage people to vote aye on this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Bost. Are there any members who wish to speak to the Bost Amendment number 2? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. All those in favor of Bost Amendment number 2, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it,
No.
and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call.
A recorded vote has been requested. Is there a sufficient second?
Second.
There is a sufficient second. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to Committee Rule 4. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Mr. Mann, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute
Without
offered by
objection,
Mr. Mann.
the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Mr. Mann, you're recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Despite citing an emergent need, the VA and the majority have provided very little justification or plan for how the $17 billion would be spent. And if that's not enough, Congress is expected to provide all of this new money with no specific requirements for increased oversight of how that money is spent. This is not in the best interest of veterans or the country. We must ensure Americans' taxpayers' dollars sent to the VA is improving the delivery of health care and benefits for veterans. If we do not know why VA needed that dollar in the first place and how it was ultimately spent, then we are not helping our veterans. My amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute would address my concern by increasing oversight of these funds in a few ways. First, it would require VA to submit to Congress a detailed plan for how these funds will be expended within 30 days of enactment. Second, after submitting the spending plan, VA would be required to provide weekly written reports to Congress on their spending to include justifications for any deviation from the plan. And third, it would require that the VA Office of Inspector General provide quarterly audits of the expenditure of these funds. And finally, after VA has spent all $17 billion, the Government Accountability Office would be required to complete a review of VA's entire process, from the initial request for the funds to how VA spent the very last dollar. This is strict oversight, and such granularity does not come without a cost. Therefore, I have appropriated $2 million to pay for these requirements and reports. That is about 0.01% or one in every $10,000 of the entire cost of the base amendment. I know that I'm willing to make that small investment to ensure transparency and oversight, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same and support my amendment. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak to the Mann amendment?
Ranking Member Boss does.
Ranking Member Boss, you are recognized 5 minutes to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this is excellent, good government amendment. I think I want to thank Congressman Mann for introducing it. As I said in my opening, this is a hasty process and it is ripe with waste, fraud, and abuse. This amendment would put some parameters in place that guarantee these funds are well spent and serves their need, the intended purposes of the providing COVID relief to our nation's veterans. It should be, like many of the amendment, we're offering a no-brainer for every member of the committee to support this so that we can make sure that where the money is going, where the money needs to go, and that we have the oversight that this committee is supposed to have. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Boss. Does any other member wish to speak to the Mann amendment?
Mr. Chairman, could I say a few remarks?
Mr. Pappas, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for holding this session, and also to all the new colleagues on this committee. I really look forward to getting to work with you and to know you in person, especially Mr. Mann. I thank you for putting in this amendment. I know we'll be working closely on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee. So I'm sorry that my introduction to you is to oppose your amendment here today, but I know that it comes from a good place. And so my opposition to this amendment also comes with a commitment to work with you on an active, ongoing, proactive basis, even in terms of our oversight responsibilities, not just to these $17 billion, but to the other $243 billion appropriated in the Department of Veterans Affairs budget. So oversight of this increased spending is absolutely essential. But the requirements in this specific amendment, I don't believe, encompass the type of reporting and analysis that Congress needs, and I think it would prove inflexible for future developments. I think the OIG reports and audits laid out in the amendment would quickly prove to be repetitive, but the committee can and should request increased oversight, and I believe that we can use bipartisan letters as one way to help make these requests over time. So I would like to work with Mr. Mann and members of the minority and majority to do that effectively as we move forward. And you do have my commitment on that. So I will oppose the amendment here, but look forward to the work ahead, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for his comments. Any other member wish to speak to the Mann amendment? If not, the question is on the Mann Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the Mann Amendment say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Amendment is
Mr.
not.
Chairman, I ask for a roll call vote.
Second.
A recorded vote is requested, and there is a sufficient second. A roll call vote is now ordered pursuant to Rule 4 of the committee. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Ranking Member Bost, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, and it has been identified as Bost Amendment number 3.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Bost of
Without
Illinois.
objections, further readings of the amendment will be dispensed with. Mr. Bost, you are recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's no secret that COVID-19 has devastated our economy. It has closed small businesses across the country and left millions of Americans unemployed. That includes an estimated 500,000 veterans. Before the pandemic, the veterans' unemployment rate was at a near record low. It is now almost double what it was then. We owe it to the veterans to help them get back on their feet. We know they are talented, hardworking, and an asset to any workplace. What's more, when veterans succeed, our entire economy benefits. I'm glad to see that this bill includes the text of my bill to create a rapid retraining program. That program will connect veterans who lost their jobs due to COVID-19 with the training they need to find new jobs. However, the bill limited participation in the program to only 17,250 veterans. That isn't nearly good enough. My amendment would increase that number to 35,000, which is what the original legislation did that we passed out of this committee last year. It would be consistent with that legislation, and it was a bipartisan bill that everyone knew and understand the importance of having at that level. So I'm hoping my amendment will pass with this bipartisan support as well, and I thank you with that, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members who wish to speak to this amendment, to the Bost Amendment number 3?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Levin. I'd like to speak.
Mr. Levin, you are recognized for 5 minutes to speak to the Bost Amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sincerely thank the ranking member for his amendment. I look forward to working with him and my colleagues in a bipartisan manner this Congress, just as we did last Congress on this and many other issues. However, I must urge opposition because the amendment would result in the underlying language violating the instructions from the Budget Committee. This one is personal to me. I was proud to work with our former ranking member, Dr. Rowe, last Congress on legislation to propose this retraining program. I know that many of my colleagues also support it, and it's really important to veterans all across the country, including many in my district in Southern California. The underlying language that already includes $386 million to carry out the program should be of interest to everyone. And this amendment's increase in funding without a subsequent reduction elsewhere in the underlying language would result in a violation of reconciliation instructions. That would mean no money for retraining or for any of the other priorities we're looking to address today. With that said, I absolutely commit to working with the ranking member and our colleagues on the implementation of this very important program and potentially expanding the program in the future. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. The gentleman yields back. Mr. Levin yields back. Are there any other members who wish to speak to Bost Amendment number 3? Seeing none, we will now move to a vote. The question is on the Bost Amendment number 3 to the amendment for a substitute. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And
Mr. Chairman, I request a roll call vote.
a recorded vote is requested. Is there a sufficient second?
Yes, second.
There is a
Representative
second.
Miller Meeks.
There is a sufficient second. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to Committee Rule 4. Proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Dr. Miller Meeks, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment to the amendment BR_AMDT_02. I apologize if I'm not up on your screen.
That's fine. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee.
Without objection, for the reading of the amendment, we'll dispense with Dr. Miller Meeks. You're recognized for 5 minutes to speak in support of your amendment.
Thank you very much. And given the amendment that was just read by Representative Boss, this is an amendment that would provide additional funding for the VA's veteran employment through technology education courses, or the Vet Tech pilot program. I did speak with my county and state about this program and support for this amendment, and this is a very popular program. Given our understanding and the need for unemployment and financial assistance for veterans and how that relates to veterans' mental health, this would be timely. This is a 5-year pilot program that allows eligible veterans to use GI Bill style benefits to attend innovative training programs that lead to jobs in the technology industry. This amendment would further increase the vet tech funding from $45 million to $100 million a year, and allowing the VA to increase the number of veterans it serves through this very popular pilot program. Through this program, you're not restricted to where you could achieve these training programs, so they could be achieved through a variety of facilities, but often they are through the VA. The VA enters into agreement with these organizations, which are training providers. They provide the training and job placement outcomes, importantly. The VA incentivizes these partners with a pay-per-performance model that pays these institutions incrementally, as Representative Boss mentioned, based on the progress and success of their veteran students, which I think is extraordinarily important. The VA pays the training provider an initial 25% of tuition and fees when the veteran enrolls and attends, another 25% when the veteran completes his or her training program, and the remaining 50% once the veteran secures meaningful employment in his or her field of study. Documentation has showed that the students in these programs, the veteran students, have found meaningful employment, and that is a requirement. The training providers must make sure the students are aware that they will need to document their employment, so the final tuition and fees can be released. As you know, this has been a very popular program. Over 1,500 students have completed their vet tech funded programs, with most of those finding work with an average salary of over $62,000 a year. The success of this program has led Congress and the members of the Veterans Committee to increase funding to $45 million a year. And I think as a direct result of the pandemic, with mental health issues, unemployment, that this would be a very timely use of money in this budget reconciliation amendment. With that, I'll reserve the rest of my time.
The gentlelady reserves what time she has, if any. Are there any other members who wish to speak to Dr. Miller Meeks' amendment?
Ranking Member Boss would like to at least a quick comment.
Mr. Boss, you are recognized for 5 minutes to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad Congressman Miller Meeks has introduced this amendment to expand the vet tech pilot program. You know, the pilot program was created and championed by Republican leader McCarthy. It provides a tremendous value to veterans pursuing technology careers. This is exactly the kind of program that we should be prioritizing to offset the damage of the pandemic and has caused to our economy and connecting veterans with meaningful work. I'm glad to support it today, and I hope all committee members will join me in that. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to speak to Dr. Miller Meeks' amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Levin again.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my new colleague from Iowa for her amendment. Certainly look forward to working with her. I thank the ranking member for his comments as well. Had the opportunity to work with Minority Leader McCarthy last Congress on this, as I know a number of our colleagues did. Must urge opposition. That being said, for a few reasons. First, the amendment directs over $200 million to a program that until last month had never seen an annual budget larger than $15 million. And also let us not forget that Congress just authorized an additional $30 million in January, by the way, which I strongly supported and which is still being implemented. Like my colleague from Iowa, I have heard of the popularity of this program from our local veterans in the San Diego area. The VETTEC program certainly has promise. I think it's important we acknowledge it was only recently established as a pilot program, and we've been promised reports from VA showing quality job placement and favorable outcomes for participating veterans. So rapidly expanding a pilot program from $15 million to over $200 million prior to seeing the evaluation of its performance, I don't personally believe is in the best interests of our veterans in need. Additionally, as is the case with some of the other amendments before us that increase the cost of legislation, that violates the agreements that we've made with the House Budget Committee and unfortunately the reconciliation rules. So that means adopting this amendment would essentially block veterans from receiving any of the assistance that we're trying to deliver today. So I urge a no vote, but absolutely want to work with Ms. Miller Meeks and my other colleagues on this, because I truly do believe that the VETTEC problem has great promise and deserves a lot of our attention moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I
Thank
request
you,
the
Mr.
balance
Levin.
of my time.
May I ask the clerk what time remains of Ms. Miller Meeks?
Mr. Chairman, the timer is restarted to 5 minutes.
Okay, so we don't know. I will allow.
I will be brief.
Ms. Miller Meeks up to 5 minutes, and she seems like she will use less. But Ms. Miller Meeks, Dr. Miller Meeks, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair Takano, and I will be brief. This is precisely why this type of bipartisan engagement is necessary, so that we as members of this committee representing our constituents and our veterans can decide how to use this money directly for those veterans directly impacted by the pandemic, so that our response is timely and it's not something that we're looking at assigning money or appropriating money or suggesting the appropriation of money for a project that may not be completed years down the road. This was something that has immediate relief to our veterans. And with that, I would ask for a record vote. Thank you, sir. I yield my time back.
A recorded vote has been requested on the Dr. Miller Meeks amendment number 1. Is there a sufficient second?
Second.
A recorded vote is therefore ordered, but will be postponed according to Rule 4 of the committee. Further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed. Dr. Miller Meeks, you are recognized again.
Sorry, I think someone that's messing with Representative Boss mute button is now messing with mine. Thank you so much, Chair Takano. This is Miller Meeks' second amendment. This is a very simple amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mrs. Miller Meeks of Iowa.
Without objection, for the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Dr. Miller Meeks, you are recognized for 5 minutes to speak in support of your amendment.
Thank you very much, Chair. All of my colleagues. This is just a very simple amendment on one of the sections of this amendment bill for budget reconciliation. So this amendment would amend section 8007 to allow veterans the option of accepting the co-payment credit that has been discussed in this bill in lieu of reimbursement of payments already made to the VA for those co-payments that were delayed during the COVID-19 public health emergency. So as you know, as part of the previous rules and negotiation packets, co-pays were for non-service connected medical care were suspended in April. And that has been extended to September of 2021. Rather than requiring the VA to reimburse this through checks or the disbursement of checks, a veteran could be asked if they would want to have a credit for their copayment for future care. So it's a very simple amendment. It does not require any additional dollars or any additional funding. It just is an amendment meant to give veterans choice, and hopefully it would save some dollars by not having to mail out checks. So with that, I yield the balance of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Meeks. The gentlelady yields back. Are there any members who wish to speak? Ranking Member Boss, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak to the amendment.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Miller Meeks is one of our newest members, and she's already providing innovative solutions to some of our veterans' biggest problems. Her amendment would give veterans the option of accepting credit in lieu of reimbursement for co-payments paid between now and the last April. I'm glad to join her in voting in favor of this and giving veterans that choice. And I hope the committee will join us in that. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Boss. He yields back. Are there any other members who wish to speak to Dr. Miller's second amendment?
Mr. Chairman, can I say a few words?
Of course you can. Mr. Pappas, you're recognized for 5 minutes to speak to the second amendment.
Chairman. Yeah, I speak in opposition to Dr. Miller Meeks' amendment here. And I think given the economic hardship that this pandemic has caused to our veterans, that is well documented by this committee and well known to all of us, given our connection to our veterans in our districts, that veterans should be reimbursed for healthcare copays that they have already paid for. We should make it as easy as possible to reduce the burden placed on our veterans during these difficult times. And in our last session, the O&I subcommittee extensively looked into the issues that arise when VA makes collections from our veteran beneficiaries. I've also pressed for fair and sensible ways of handling collections during the pandemic, including carefully considered collection pauses while many veterans are struggling to make ends meet. I should also point out that from the standpoint of the administrative burden, I think it would be much more difficult for VA to keep track of veterans who opt not to receive refunds for healthcare payments they've already made than it will be to simply put these funds back into veterans' pockets. So requiring VA to take time to determine the preference of each veteran to be reimbursed will, I think, cause some undue confusion and delays in processing reimbursements altogether. So that's why I oppose the amendment and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas. Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Greg Murphy, I'd like to speak in support of the amendment.
Mr. Murphy, you are recognized for 5 minutes to speak to the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to speak in support of the amendment. As a physician who's actually still practicing, we've taken care of, in my particular practice, we have a veterans clinic very close to our clinic itself, and at our 1,000-bed hospital, we take care of a lot of veterans. I will tell you, this is actually a very common sense amendment that is something that we've actually done, or our particular practice has done with patients, non-veteran patients, during the pandemic because of helping them with credit, helping them in other regards. And so, you know, I'm a little perplexed at the opposition to this. I actually think this is, having run a practice, having been in a practice, and having still be a practice, this actually makes total common sense to helping our veterans really at the front line. I would ask just that people consider the the information present. I really believe it is a common sense and nonpartisan amendment, and I would ask people on both sides of the party to support this. Thank you. I would yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the amendment? Seeing none. Seeing none. I will now call for a vote on the amendment offered by Dr. Miller-Meeks. All those in favor of amendment number 2 by Dr. Miller-Meeks, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
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 The noes have
I
it.
ask for a record vote, Mr. Chairman. This is Representative Miller-Meeks.
I second.
A recorded vote is requested. There is a sufficient second, and further proceedings. I do a recorded vote is ordered, and further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed according to Rule 4 of the committee. Mr. Cawthorn, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina in Section 8005 relating to funding for the Department of Veteran Affairs Office of Inspector General. Strike 10 million and insert 45 million.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Mr. Cawthorn, you're recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to say, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Boss, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know you and I were both in the same committee meeting. It went till 4 a.m. last time, so I'm very thankful to be in one that's moving much quicker. So thank you for that. But my amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute would increase the funding the bill would provide to VA's Office of Inspector General. First and foremost, I am so proud to sit here today on the highly esteemed House Veteran Affairs Committee. My home of North Carolina has roughly 659,000 veterans, and my district is home to over 54,000 veterans, including many members of my own family. Sitting here before you all, I am distinctly honored and humbled to have the opportunity to link arms with each of you and fight for our veterans with the goal of ensuring that they have increased access to care, education, employment, training, vocational rehabilitation, housing programs, and services to ensure a seamless readjustment to service members to civilian life. Now, make no mistake, these men and women are American heroes. Their dedication and service to this country is unparalleled, and it is incumbent upon each of us to render them the gratitude and thanks of a grateful nation. The mission of the Inspector General is to complete audits, evaluations, and inspections over the second largest agency in all of the federal government. Or simply, they are to be our eyes and ears on the ground to help us fulfill two of our most sacred duties as members of Congress: to protect the taxpayers' funds and ensure this institution is providing veterans and their families access to high-quality health care and the benefits. I firmly believe that funding the Inspector General is essential. According to the VA's most recent budget submission, the Inspector General identified a monetary benefit of $5.6 billion in over 237 reports. This accounts for an astounding $37 in return for every $1 we have invested in this office. While I was pleased to see the underlying amendment authorize $10 million to fund the Inspector General, it is clearly not enough to provide the needed oversight of the $17 billion we are being asked to rubber stamp today. For every $1 that the Inspector General is given, they will be asked to oversee $1,700. That means that for every $10 they are given, they must oversee $17,000. Not only is this a mathematically impossible task, but it also gives the impression that oversight is a secondary priority and that taxpayer funds are simply dust in the wind. This is especially true when we consider the hurried process that led to the creation of the bill before us today. My amendment would increase this funding to $45 million. This would tie the funding provided to the Inspector General in this bill to the same percentage of funding that they receive compared to the full fiscal year 2021 VA budget request. This is the type of investment we should be making. I ask that all members support my amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any members who wish to speak to the Cawthorn amendment, to the amendment in the nature of substitute?
Ranking Member Boss, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking Member Boss, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful to Congressman Cawthorn for offering this important amendment. It has my full support. The VA Inspector General is one of our key oversight partners. Their work has arguably never been as vital as it is now. Congressman Cawthorn's amendment would make sure that IG has the resources they need to do that work and do it well. I cannot think of one single reason why we would not support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the Cawthorn amendment?
Mr. Chairman, can I be recognized? It's Chris Pappas.
Mr. Pappas, thank you. You are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to speak in opposition to the amendment. I think increasing resources for oversight is always a laudable goal, but this amendment, I believe, is unrealistic. I'm a strong supporter of VA's Office of Inspector General. Their work is so crucial. We see it each and every day on our committee. But I don't believe OIG can effectively absorb the level of funding in the manner required by this amendment. The OIG has confirmed that it can make effective use of the ANS level of funding, which is $10 million. So I'd like to work with committee members to find ways to strengthen the authority and independence of the IG over this term. I think we should also ensure that the IG has a long-term sustainable increase in its oversight resources. So while I urge opposition to this amendment, I do think that we should all be working toward increased support for the Office of Inspector General and giving them the independence that they need. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to speak to the Cawthorn amendment? Hearing none, we'll now move to a vote on the Cawthorn amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Second.
A recorded vote is requested. There is a sufficient second. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to Rule 4 of the committee. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Mr. Moore, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the amendment in nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Mr. Moore, you're recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the effort to work bipartisan on these issues. And my amendment is really designed to fix an inequity that's been provided through the GI Bill benefits over the years to members of our Guard and Reserve. While I'm new to this committee as a veteran of the Alabama National Guard, I'm not new to the inequity of the benefits sometimes that are provided to these service members compared to those that are on active duty. Under the current law, members of the National Guard who serve under certain federal mandated and funded orders are only able to receive eligibility for 9/11 GI benefits if their service is a response to a national emergency declared by the president. My amendment would remove the national emergency declaration requirement, which would authorize members of the National Guard to receive the GI Bill eligibility when they are engaged in certain deployments supported by federal funds. Mr. Chairman, members of the National Guard who have been serving in response to this COVID-19 pandemic and protecting the Capitol and protecting our southern border should not be limited to their service only if the president has declared a national emergency. It is fair only that a member of the National Guard on federal orders or responding to a federal mission that they should not be barred from receiving these GI benefits. Mr. Chairman, my amendment is timely and needs to be enacted quickly. Last week, Ranking Member Boss sent a letter to the Secretary of Defense, Austin, highlighting that thousands of members of the National Guard may no longer be receiving GI Bill benefits for their continued service at the southern border. I agree with the Ranking Member Boss that it appears that the GI Bill eligibility for these service members was cut due to President Biden's misguided decision to rescind the former President Trump's executive order that declared a national emergency at the southern border. While I know you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Levin have supported legislation like this in the past to help fix such inequities, this situation at the border demands our immediate attention. That is why I ask that all members support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. and I want to thank you, Mr. Moore, for the intent of your amendment. But I will yield myself 5 minutes to respond. I must urge opposition to the Moore amendment, and I'll tell you why. While the goal of this amendment is something that I really very much agree with, the amendment has several problems. First, it asks VA to allocate $300 million of existing funds to the purpose of expanding benefits without identifying what programs would be cut to allow for this spending. VA simply does not have this money lying around. Second, the amendment only addresses a very small part of the benefit parity that Representative Levin has been working on for 2 years. The last Congress, Representative Levin introduced the Guard and Reserve GI Bill Parity Act of 2020 to comprehensively fix benefit parity for all duties, whether it was COVID response, wildfires, et cetera. And this amendment is simply a Band-Aid. If you'd like benefit parity for our National Guard and Reservists, I urge you to join Representative Levin on his bill. Everyday uniforms should count. And while the goal of this amendment is laudable, we are just, again, picking winners and losers instead of comprehensively fixing the problem at hand. Everyday uniform should count, not only if it's a part of a national emergency, not only if it's justified by security declarations from 9/11, like what we saw from those guarding the Capitol during the inauguration. Every day, let's fix this for real. And I yield back the balance of my time. Does any other member wish to be recognized?
Ranking Member Bost.
Ranking Member Bost, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I commend Congressman Moore, the new ranking member of the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunities, for this amendment. The members of the National Guard perform an incredible service for their communities. And as Congressman Moore has stated, they have performed an invaluable service to the entire country in the last year. That includes the services they are providing even now here in our own nation's capital and along the southern border as well. Every single day they spend deployed under federal orders should count towards their eligibility for federal benefits. I will be supporting the amendment, and I want to make sure that we encourage everyone to do the same. And I hope every member. So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The ranking member yields back. Any other member wish to speak to the Moore amendment? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of the Moore amendment, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote as well, please, sir.
Second.
A recorded vote has been requested, and there is a sufficient second. A roll call vote is ordered pursuant to Committee Rule 4. Further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Ranking Member Bost, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk and has been identified as Bost Amendment number 4.
The clerk will report Bost Amendment number 4.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee.
Without objection, further reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Mr. Bost, you are recognized for 5 minutes in support of your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said earlier, COVID-19 pandemic has hit vulnerable veterans particularly hard. Many were already living on the edge financially, and the pandemic tipped them right over the edge. This is especially the case with those veterans who are homeless or insecurely housed. No American should go without a safe place to rest their head at night, especially no one who has served in uniform. Over the last year, organizations caring for homeless veterans have had to find creative ways to meet social distancing and other safety requirements. For example, many of them have been renting hotel rooms so the veterans could self-isolate and limit exposure. I commend them for their creative flexibility and commitment to caring for these veterans and families who need them despite extraordinary challenges over the last year. I know that has increased their cost. I know it made it hard for them to continue to provide the level of services they must meet the rising demand. That is why my amendment would provide an additional 50 million of this 17 billion allocation for VA's supportive services of veterans and families, or the SSVF program. This would allow SSVF providers to compete for up to $50,000 in additional grant funds to help homeless veterans weather this pandemic safely. With the support of this committee, VA has made significant progress reducing homelessness among veterans. We cannot let COVID undo the progress and hurt more veterans and families. I urge members to support my amendment and make sure that this doesn't happen, and I yield back.
The ranking member yields back. Are there any members who wish to speak to Boston Amendment number 4?
Mr. Chairman, this is Mike Levin again.
Mr. Levin, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must urge opposition to this amendment. I share fully the ranking member's intent to further strengthen the SSVF program to assist more homeless and housing insecure veterans. It's incredibly important. And I'm excited to work with the new ranking member of the EO subcommittee, Representative Moore, this Congress, just as I did last Congress with my friend Gus Bilirakis of Florida. In fact, I was proud to introduce legislation in the last Congress to increase this program's authorization level. Unfortunately, once again, as has been the case with a number of these amendments, rather than identifying a corresponding cut, the amendment simply increases the overall cost of the underlying legislation and therefore violates reconciliation instructions, which negates the greater purpose of our work here today. That being said, I very much welcome working further with the ranking member and others on the committee to deliver more resources to the SSVF program through other avenues this Congress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any other members who wish to speak?
Mr. Chairman, Jack Bergman would like to speak.
Mr. Bergman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first gathering we have here of the new committee, and I'm willing to bet you that there's some new phrases and new areas of the Department of Veterans Affairs that are maybe not familiar to our new members and maybe some of us. But, for example, here, with this support services for veterans, families, and all that encompasses, it's a broad range. But, what we're talking about here is in the whole is a whole bunch of money, for example, that are going into the Veterans Health Administration across this bill. That's going to be absorbed, like 13.4 billion into the VHA. And I think we need some clarity as best we can as a committee how this extra money is going to be absorbed across VA. And I just wanted to get that. It's kind of a more macro piece, but I think it'll benefit us as future hearings.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Any other members who wish to be recognized to speak to this amendment? Ms. Underwood, did you seek recognition? Ms. Underwood, did you seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Apparently not.
Members of Congress be the only eligible.
All right. If there are no other speakers on the amendment, I will call for a vote. We'll move on to a vote. All those in favor of Boston Amendment number 4, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call.
Second.
The roll call vote has been requested, and there is a sufficient second. Pursuant to Rule 4, roll call vote is ordered, and pursuant to Rule 4 of the committee, further proceedings on the amendment shall be postponed. Are there any other amendments or members seeking Hearing none, we will now move to the unfinished business of the recorded votes, which were postponed. The recorded votes were ordered on the following amendments. Bost Amendment number 1, Bergman amendment, Bergman's amendment, Mr. Banks's amendment, Mr. Nells's amendment, Ms. Radewagen's amendment, the Bost Amendment number 2, Mr. Mann's amendment, the Ranking Member Boss's amendment number 3, Dr. Miller Meeks's amendment number 1, Dr. Miller Meeks's amendment number 2, Mr. Cawthorn's amendment, Dr. Moore's amendment, and Ranking Member Boss amendment number 4. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Boss amendment number 1, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Okay, go ahead.
Sablon votes no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Right now, it's $17 billion.
Representative Allred. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown. Representative Brown. Representative Slotkin.
Representative Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Slotkin votes no.
Representative Slotkin votes no. Representative Trone. Representative Trone. Representative Capter. Representative Capter.
Capter votes no.
Representative Capter votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no. Ranking Member Boss.
Aye.
Representative Boss votes aye. Representative Radewagen.
Radewagen votes yes.
Representative Radewagen votes yes. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Representative Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Representative Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Representative Moore votes yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace. Representative Mace.
I did vote no. Okay. Yeah.
Representative Cawthorn.
Representative Cawthorn votes yes.
Representative Cawthorn votes yes. Representative Nels.
Votes aye.
Representative Nels votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks votes
Representative
yes,
Miller Meeks
and Representative Brownlee has her mic on.
votes yes. Representative Allred. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Roy. Representative Mace. And Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 11 ayes and 16 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Bergman amendment on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan. Representative Mervan.
Votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Saban votes no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred. Representative Allred. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown. Representative Brown.
Representative Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Slotkin votes yes.
Representative Slotkin votes yes. Representative Trone. Representative Trone. Representative Captor.
No.
Representative Captor votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego. Representative Gallego.
No. Representative Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no. Ranking Member Bost.
Aye.
Ranking Member Bost votes aye. Ranking Member Rattawagen. I'm sorry, Representative Rattawagen. Representative Rattawagen.
Votes aye.
Representative Rattawagen votes aye. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Representative Moore votes yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Mace votes yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn.
Cawthorn is an aye.
Okay, Representative Cawthorn votes aye. Representative Nels.
Nels votes aye.
Representative Nels votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Meeks, yes.
Representative Miller Meeks votes yes. Representative Allred. Representative Brown.
I believe
Brown votes yes. Votes no. Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Okay, Representative Trone votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano votes no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 13 ayes and 15 noes.
The Bergman amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I want to ask the committee if there is any objection to considering the rest of the amendments en bloc, if there is unanimous consent to do so. Is there an objection? Hearing no objection, we will consider the Mr. Bost? If there are no objections, we'll move toward considering the rest of the amendments en bloc.
Yes, there is objection. There is objection. I'm sorry, Chairman. Yeah, we
All right, there's an
go ahead and
objection.
have each one. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Couldn't get my
The
mute off.
objection is noted. So we will now move to agreeing. The question occurs now on agreeing to the Banks Amendment, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sublime.
Saban votes no.
Representative Sublime votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred. Representative Frankel. Representative Frankel. Representative Brown.
Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Slotkin votes yes.
Representative Slotkin votes yes. Representative Crone.
Crone votes no.
Crone votes no. Representative Capter.
No.
Representative Capter votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego. Representative Gallego. Ranking Member Bost.
Madam Clerk, this is Colin Allred. Can I be recorded?
Mr. Allred,
Representative
please.
Allred.
No.
Representative Boss votes aye.
Representative Allred votes no, and Ranking Member Bost votes aye. Representative Rattawagen. Representative Rattawagen. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Representative Moore votes yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Mace votes yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn.
Cawthorn votes aye.
Representative Cawthorn votes aye. Representative Nels.
Votes aye.
Representative Nels votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Representative Miller Meeks votes yes. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. And Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Radewagen?
Yes.
How's Ms. Radewagen?
I don't think I voted, or did I?
Madam Clerk, how is Ms. Radewagen recorded?
Ms. Radewagen is not recorded, sir.
Yes.
Ms. Radewagen votes yes.
It's a yes.
Ms. Radewagen is a yes vote.
The clerk will call the names of those members who have not voted.
Mr. Chairman, I'm showing that everyone, all members have voted, sir.
All members have voted? Okay.
Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 13 ayes and 15 no.
The amendment is not agreed to without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Nels amendment on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
No.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown.
Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Slotkin votes no.
Representative Slotkin votes no. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Capter. Representative Capter. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego. Representative Gallego.
Chairman Frankel votes no.
Ranking Member Boss.
Representative Boss votes aye.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye. Representative Radewagen.
Votes aye.
Representative Radewagen votes aye. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks. Representative Banks.
Yes, vote yes. Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Representative Moore votes yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace. Representative Mace. Representative Cawthorn.
Votes aye.
Representative Cawthorn votes aye. Representative Nels.
Nels votes aye.
Representative Nels votes Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, yes.
Representative Miller Meeks votes yes. Representative Capter.
Capter votes no.
Representative Capter votes no. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no. Representative Roy. Representative Mace,
Congresswoman Mace is yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. And Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 12 ayes and 17 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now, we just voted on the bank. So we voted on the Nels amendment just now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We just voted the no amendment.
All right, so we're moving on to, the question is now on the Radawagon amendment. The question now occurs on the agreeing to the Radawagon amendment, on which a recorded vote was recorded. And the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sublime. Representative Sublime. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no.
So
Representative Frankel.
we plan the.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown.
Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Slotkin votes no.
Representative Slotkin votes no. Representative Trone.
Votes no.
Representative Trone.
Drone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Captor. Representative Captor.
No, no, thank you.
Representative Captor votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no. Ranking Member Boss.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye. Representative Radawagon.
Votes yes.
Representative Radawagon votes yes. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Representative Moore is a yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Mace is yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn. Representative Cawthorn.
Representative Godwin votes yes.
Representative Cawthorn votes yes. Representative Nails.
Nails votes aye.
Representative Mills votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Meeks.
Miller Meeks, aye. Rashida, you're doing a great job.
Representative Miller Meeks votes aye. Thank you. Representative Sublime.
Sublime is present.
Savon, you vote no.
Sublime votes no.
Representative Sublime votes no. Representative Roy. Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano votes no. Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 12 ayes and 17 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Boston number 2, on which a recorded vote was ordered. Clerk, call the roll.
Sir, Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan.
Votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Frankel.
Frankel, no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown.
No.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Yes.
Representative Slotkin votes yes. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Captor. Representative Captor. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no. Ranking Member Boss.
Representative Boss votes aye.
Representative Boss votes aye. Representative Rattawagen.
Aye.
Representative Rattawagen votes aye. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks. Representative Banks. Representative Roy.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Votes yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Mace is yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn.
Cawthorn votes aye.
Cawthorn votes aye. Representative Nels.
Nels votes aye.
Representative Nels votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks affirmative.
Representative Miller Meeks is a yes. Representative Captor.
No.
Representative Captor votes no. Representative Roy. And Chairman Takano. Chairman.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano votes no. Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 13 ayes and 16 noes.
Therefore, the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Mann amendment on which a recorded vote was ordered. Clerk, shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Okay, Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan. Representative Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Okay, Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Franco.
Franco votes no.
Representative Franco votes no. Representative Brown.
No.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
No.
Representative Slotkin votes no. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Captor. Representative Captor.
Captor votes no.
Representative Captor votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no. Ranking Member Boss.
Boss votes aye.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye. Representative Rattawacken. Representative Rattawacken. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Man votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Representative Moore is a yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Mace is yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn.
Cawthorn is an aye.
Representative Cawthorn votes aye. Representative Niels.
Nails votes aye.
Representative Niels votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, aye.
Representative Miller Meeks votes aye. Representative Rattawacken.
Yes.
Representative Rattawacken votes yes. Representative Roy. And Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano votes no. Okay, Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 12 ayes and 17 noes.
Therefore, the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Question now occurs on agreeing to Boss Amendment number 3, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes
Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan.
Representative Mervan votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Frankel.
Franco votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown.
Brown, no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
No.
Representative Slotkin votes no. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Captor.
Captor votes no.
Representative Captor votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no. Ranking Member Boss. Ranking Member Boss.
Boss.
Representative Rattawacken.
Yes.
Representative Rattawacken votes yes. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Moore votes yes.
Representative Moore.
Moore votes yes. Can you hear me?
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Mace is a yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn.
Aye.
Representative Cawthorn votes aye. Representative Neal.
Nails votes aye.
Representative Neals votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks is a yes.
Representative Miller Meeks votes yes. Ranking Member Boss.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye. Representative Roy. And Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano votes no. Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 12 ayes and 17 noes.
Therefore, the amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Miller Meeks Amendment number 1, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan.
Van votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown.
Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Flockin.
Flockin votes no.
Representative Flockin votes no. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Capter.
Capter votes no.
Representative Capter votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no. Ranking Member Boss.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye. Representative Rattawagon. Representative Rattawagon votes aye. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Representative Moore votes yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Mace, yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn.
Cawthorn votes yes.
Representative Cawthorn votes yes. Representative Neal.
Nails votes aye.
Representative Neals votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, aye.
Representative Miller Meeks votes aye. Representative Roy. Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano votes no.
That's unfortunate.
All
Mr.
a matter of
Chairman,
your. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 12 ayes and 17 noes.
Therefore, the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Miller Meeks Amendment number 2, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee. Representative Brownlee. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan. Representative Mervan.
Votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Sablon votes no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Already votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown.
Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Slotkin votes no.
Representative Slotkin votes no. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Capter.
Capter votes no.
Representative Capter votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no. Ranking Member Bost.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye.
Ranking Member Bost votes aye. Representative Rattawagen. Representative Rattawagen. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Bergman.
Yes.
Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes, please.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Man votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Representative Moore is a yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Mace is a yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn. Representative Cawthorn. Representative Neal.
Nels votes aye.
Representative Neal.
Nails votes aye.
Representative Niels votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Given a choice, Miller Meeks votes yes.
Representative Miller Meeks votes yes. Representative Rattawagen.
Yes.
Representative Rattawagen votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Cawthorn.
Representative Cawthorn votes aye.
Representative Cawthorn votes aye. And Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no. I
Mr.
need-
Chairman, can I record my vote? Brownlee, no.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
State your inquiry.
We're noticing that some people are voting and they're not on camera. There's the rule house, or our committee rule and house rule requires that to cast a vote, you actually have to be on camera. And maybe we should just tell all members so that they know that has to be.
The gentleman is correct. That is a committee rule, and I would ask that all members turn their cameras on when they are voting. So, Mr. Gallego, if you are hearing me, you need to respond to the clerk. Will the clerk call Mr. Gallego, because we need to record Mr. Gallego as per the rules of the House.
Okay, I will do that. Ms. Brownlee needs to be recorded too. I haven't heard that confirmed. I apologize. I have connectivity issues. Like I will try again to put the camera back on. Like it just seems for some reason like it's not coming through.
Okay, we do need you to have the camera on when you vote.
Yep.
So let's take care of Mr. Gallego first.
I will do my best again. Like I'm sorry again, the connectivity for some reason it's not working.
Okay. Are you able to turn on your camera for this vote?
Again, like I am trying right now, and give me a second, and hopefully it works. You guys see me yet? Hello?
Is Mr. Gallego visible?
Are you there? Can you guys see me yet? So, and I apologize. I am literally hitting the link, and it's not letting me in. Join meeting. Join meeting again.
Mr. Chairman, what?
Can someone send me a link then? I actually have been trying to sign in this whole time.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we can fix the, Mr. Gallego.
I would love to.
Mr.
All right.
Chairman,
How is Ms. Brown recorded?
Ms. Brownlee is not reported.
Ms. Brownlee, Madam Clerk, please ask Ms. Brownlee how she votes.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, his vote, there are 12 ayes and 17 noes.
The vote, therefore, the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Cawthorn amendment, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Luria.
Luria votes no.
Representative Luria votes no. Representative Mervan.
Mervan votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sublime.
Votes no.
Representative Sublime votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown.
Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Slotkin votes no.
Representative Slotkin votes no. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Capter.
Capter votes no.
Representative Capter votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Representative Gallego votes no.
Were we able to get a visual on Mr.? Oh, we did. All right, thank you.
I'm trying. I swear to God, guys.
I did. We do see you, Mr. Gallego, and I did. We do capture visual. We do see you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, guys. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Gallego.
Ranking Member Boss.
Ranking Member Boss says aye.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye. Representative Rattawagen.
Yes.
Representative Rattawagen votes yes. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Moore votes yes.
Yes. Representative Mace.
Mace, yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn.
Cawthorn votes aye.
Representative Cawthorn votes aye. Representative Niels.
Nails votes aye.
Representative Niels votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks, aye.
Representative Miller Meeks votes aye. Representative Roy. Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano votes no. Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 12 ayes and 17 noes.
Well, therefore, the amendment is not agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Moore amendment on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Okay, Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Loria.
Loria votes no.
Representative Loria votes no. Representative Mervan. Representative Mervan.
And votes no.
Representative Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Saban votes no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Allred votes no.
Representative Allred votes no. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown.
Brown votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Yes.
Representative Slotkin votes yes. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Captor.
Captor votes no.
Representative Captor votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego. Representative Gallego. Ranking Member Bost.
Boss votes aye.
Ranking Member Bost votes aye. Representative Radewagen.
Radewagen votes yes.
Representative Radewagen votes yes. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
Murphy votes yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Moore votes yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Mace is a yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn. Representative Cawthorn. Representative Mills
Nels votes aye.
votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale is yes.
Representative Rosendale.
Cawthorn was an aye.
Yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks is yes.
Representative Miller Meeks votes yes. Representative Gallego. Representative Roy. Representative Cawthorn.
Mr. Cawthorn, are you there? I did hear him before. Mr. Cawthorn, can you respond to the clerk? Do we have a visual, Mr. Cawthorn?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cawthorn is on visual.
Yes,
Okay,
sir, Mr. Chairman.
all right.
Mr. Cawthorn?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I vote. I vote aye.
Mr. Cawthorn
Okay.
votes aye. Mr. Gallego. Representative Gallego.
Gallego's a no. Gallego's a no.
Did we get a visual on Mr. Guy?
Gallego's a no. You hear me? Gallego's a no.
We hear you, but do we see you? We see. I do see
camera's
you.
on.
I do see Mr. Gallego.
Thank you.
Representative Gallego votes no.
Could somebody bring water for Ms. Hassan?
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 12 ayes and 17 no.
Ms. Hassan, are you okay?
Yes, sir, I have my water here.
Okay.
Therefore, the amendment is not agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The question now occurs on agreeing to the Boston Amendment number 4, on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk shall call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Last but not least, Brownlee votes no.
Representative Brownlee votes no. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Representative Lamb votes no. Representative Levin.
Levin votes no.
Representative Levin votes no. Representative Pappas.
Pappas votes no.
Representative Pappas votes no. Representative Loria. Representative Loria. Representative Loria votes no. Representative Mervan.
Mervan votes
Representative
no.
Mervan votes no. Representative Sablon.
Still no.
Representative Sablon votes no. Representative Underwood.
Underwood votes no.
Representative Underwood votes no. Representative Allred.
Allred votes
Representative
no.
Allred votes no. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes no.
Representative Frankel votes no. Representative Brown. Representative Brown.
Votes no.
Representative Brown votes no. Representative Slotkin.
Slotkin votes no.
Representative Slotkin votes no. Representative Trone.
Trone votes no.
Representative Trone votes no. Representative Capter.
Capter votes no.
Representative Capter votes no. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Representative Ruiz votes no. Representative Gallego. Representative Gallego.
I see.
No.
Representative Gallego votes no. Ranking Member Boss. Ranking Member Boss. Representative
Boss votes
Radwagon.
aye.
Ranking Member Boss votes aye. Representative Radwagon.
Radwagon, yes.
Representative Radwagon votes yes. Representative Bergman.
Aye.
Representative Bergman votes aye. Representative Banks.
Banks votes yes.
Representative Banks votes yes. Representative Roy. Murphy.
Murphy is yes.
Representative Murphy votes yes. Representative Mann.
Mann votes yes.
Representative Mann votes yes. Representative Moore.
Moore votes yes.
Representative Moore votes yes. Representative Mace.
Is a yes.
Representative Mace votes yes. Representative Cawthorn.
Representative Cawthorn votes aye. Representative Cawthorn votes aye.
Representative Cawthorn votes aye. Representative Niels.
Nails votes aye.
Representative Niels votes aye. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes yes.
Representative Rosendale votes yes. Representative Miller Meeks.
Hooah. Miller Meeks is yes.
Representative Miller Meeks votes yes. Representative Roy. And Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no. Members are advised to remain till the very end. We still have to vote on final passage and send it to the floor.
Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 12 ayes and 17 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We now move toward, is there any further debate or amendment to the amendment in nature of a substitute? If not, the question is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to.
I call for a roll call vote.
Is there a sufficient second?
Second.
A roll call vote is ordered on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Representative Brownlee votes aye. Representative Lamb.
Lamb votes yes.
Representative Lamb votes yes. Representative Levin.
Levin votes yes.
Representative Levin votes yes. Representative Papa.
Pappas votes yes.
Representative Pappas votes yes. Representative Luria.
Luria votes yes.
Representative Luria votes yes. Representative Mervan.
Mervan votes yes.
Representative Mervan votes yes. Representative Sablon.
Aye.
Representative Sablon votes aye. Representative Underwood.
Oh my God.
Representative Underwood votes aye.
Representative Underwood votes aye. Representative Allred.
Allred votes aye.
Representative Allred votes aye. Representative Frankel.
Frankel votes aye.
Representative Frankel votes aye. Representative Brown.
Brown votes aye.
Representative Brown votes aye. Representative Slotkin.
Slotkin votes aye.
Representative Slotkin votes aye. Representative Trone.
Trone votes aye.
Representative Trone votes aye. Representative Capter.
Capter votes aye.
Representative Capter votes aye. Representative Ruiz.
Ruiz votes yes.
Representative Ruiz votes yes. Representative Gallego.
Gallego votes aye.
Representative Gallego votes aye. Ranking Member Boss.
Ranking Member Boss votes no.
Ranking Member Boss votes no. Representative Radewagen.
Nay.
Representative Radewagen.
Is a nay. No.
Representative Radewagen votes no. Representative Bergman.
No.
Representative Bergman votes no. Representative Banks.
Banks votes no.
Representative Banks votes no. Representative Roy. Representative Murphy.
No.
Representative Murphy votes no. Representative Mann.
Mann votes no.
Representative Mann votes no. Representative Moore.
Moore votes no.
Representative Moore votes no. Representative Mace.
Mace, no.
Representative Mace votes no. Representative Cawthorn.
Representative Cawthorn is a no.
Representative Cawthorn votes no. Representative Neal.
Nails votes no.
Representative Neals votes no. Representative Rosendale.
Rosendale votes no.
Representative Rosendale votes no. Representative Miller Meeks.
Miller Meeks is no.
Representative Miller Meeks votes no. Representative Roy. And Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes no.
Sorry, Mr. Takano, I'm having trouble hearing you. Chairman Takano, how are you voted?
Chairman Takano votes no. They can't hear me? Oh, Takano votes yes. Chairman Takano votes yes. I'm sorry. Chairman Takano votes yes.
Chairman Takano, I'm sorry, how are you voted, sir?
Oh my goodness.
Chairman Takano votes yes. I'm sorry.
Chairman Takano votes
Yes, and he's the chairman.
Give her a raise.
Oh, you already said it. You can't take it back.
Chairman Takano.
I agree, Chairman Takano. You need to give Rashida a raise.
Yeah, she did a lot.
Chairman Takano votes yes.
Mr. Takano,
Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry, Mr. Takano.
Madam Clerk,
For this vote, there are 17 ayes and 12 noes.
therefore, the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. I move that the committee now transmit to the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying material, including additional supplemental or dissenting views, to the House Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2001 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021, Senate Concurrent Resolution 5, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 Roll call.
Independent chairs have it, but there's a request for a roll call vote, and there is a sufficient second. Roll call vote is ordered. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Brownlee,
I'm sorry, what are we voting on?
Vote yes.
Brownlee, what are we voting on though?
We are voting to transmit
Yeah, Brownlee votes aye.
Representative Brownlee votes aye. Representative Lamb,
Lamb votes yes.
Representative Lamb votes yes. Representative Levin,
Levin votes yes.
Representative Levin votes yes. Representative Pappas,
Pappas votes yes.
Representative Pappas votes yes. Representative Luria,
Luria votes yes.
Representative Luria votes yes. Representative Mervan,
Mervan votes yes.
Representative Mervan votes yes. Representative Sablon,
Sablon is a yes.
Representative Sablon votes yes. Representative Underwood,
Underwood votes yes.
Representative Underwood votes yes. Representative Allred,
Allred votes yes.
Representative Allred votes yes. Representative Frankel,
Frankel votes yes.
Representative Frankel votes yes. Representative Brown,
Brown votes yes.
Representative Brown votes yes. Representative Slotkin,
Slotkin votes yes.
Representative Slotkin votes yes. Representative Trone,
Trone, yes, and get a raise.
Representative Trone votes yes. Representative Capter,
Aye.
Representative Capter votes aye. Representative Ruiz,
Ruiz votes yes.
Representative Ruiz votes yes. Representative Gallego, Representative Gallego, Ranking Member Bost,
Ranking Member Boss votes no.
Ranking Member Bost votes no. Representative Rattawagen,
No.
Representative Rattawagen votes no. Representative Bergman,
No.
Representative Bergman votes no. Representative Banks,
Banks votes no.
Representative Banks votes no. Representative Roy, Representative Murphy,
Murphy votes no.
Representative Murphy votes no. Representative Mann,
Mann votes no.
Representative Mann votes no. Representative Moore,
Moore votes no.
Representative Moore votes no. Representative Mace,
Mace is a no.
Representative Mace votes no. Representative Cawthorn,
Cawthorn's a strong no.
Representative Cawthorn votes no. Representative Neal,
Nails votes no.
Representative Neals votes no. Representative Rosendale,
Rosendale votes no.
Representative Rosendale votes no. Representative Miller Meeks,
Miller Meeks is no.
Representative Miller Meeks votes no. Representative Gallego, Representative Roy, and Chairman Takano.
Chairman Takano votes yes. I do see Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, are you able to speak your vote? I do see your visual. You can't do a sign. We have to have you verbally say so at the same time.
I'm trying everything I can, Chairman.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Okay. Mr. Geiger votes aye. I hear you and see you. All right.
Representative Gallego votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, how are you voted?
Chairman Takano votes aye.
Chairman Takano votes aye.
I thank the clerk for ascertaining and for hearing my vote.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, for this vote, there are 17 ayes and 12 no.
The recommendations of the committee shall be transmitted to the Budget Committee without.
Mr. Chairman, I was just waiting. Go ahead and you can finish that. I've got a parliamentary inquiry when we accept that vote.
Okay. The recommendations of the Budget Committee of the committee shall be transmitted to the Budget Committee. Without objection, the staff is authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes. And that concludes the business of the markup.
Mr. Chairman, I know you said this, or I'm pretty sure you said it. Pursuant to House Rules Clause 2, I give notice of intent to file a minority, supplemental, additional, or dissenting views. And I have a parliamentary inquiry about that. Mr. Chairman, the inquiry is.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Pursuant to Rule 11, Clause 2L, we have 2 additional days after today to submit views excluding weekends and holidays. We're heading into a 3-day weekend with Monday being a federal holiday. Am I correct in assuming that we must submit our views by 5 p.m. on Tuesday, February 16th?
I refer the question to our general counsel.
Mr. Chair, Sarah, are you on, our general counsel? I can answer it if she's not.
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
My understanding is that the House will be in pro forma session on Monday, so that would count as a day on which the views could be filed. So tomorrow and Monday, so Monday would be the filing deadline, Mr.
Okay,
Member.
thank you for clearing that up.
And without objection, the request of the ranking member is ordered. So this concludes the business of the markup. Does any member wish to be recognized before we adjourn?
Yeah, may I, Mr. Chairman, Sablan?
Mr. Sablan, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there were good proposals submitted in today's markup. Unfortunately, because of the constraints of the budget resolution, we have limited space in which, but there were good proposals submitted today. I hope that we would go on with some of those proposals and work with them as much as we can and see, and hopefully it passes. But I just want to thank my colleagues on the other side. There are good ideas that they proposed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sablan. I do associate myself with your remarks. Any other members wish to be recognized before we adjourn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I will also state I do believe that there were many great ideas and great intentions offered in these amendments, but due to the constraints of the budget resolution, this was not the vehicle in which we could work on those ideas. But there will be ways that all members of this committee can work together on many of the ideas submitted in these amendments. They were offered, I think, in the spirit of wanting to put our veterans first. But overall, the integrity of the entire package will serve veterans in terms of the economic relief that they desperately need and the medical care that we will definitely be able to provide them. And so with that, if there are no other comments, I will say that the business of this markup is finished. I thank all members for their participation in today's proceedings, and the committee shall adjourn.